What's up, everybody? We're going to get going here in about 5 minutes. 5-minute warning. What's up, everybody? We got a 2-minute warning here. 2 minutes. I'm going to just dial the sound down a little bit here just so I can get a quick test. Make sure that when Dan and I are talking, everything sounds good. Dan, you want to just give me a quick mic check?
Hey, everybody. This is Dan doing a mic check.
Perfect. Thank you. That is perfect. Right. Give guys some more of this music for a couple more minutes here. Thanks, Dan. You're amazing.
Thank you, Toby.
All right, what is up, everyone? Welcome, one and all. Welcome to the TooTallToby 3D CAD modeling speed run tournament. I don't think I accented those words correctly. Let me try it again, Dan. Welcome to the 3D CAD modeling speed run tournament of the decade.
Toby, I thought your accent was perfect. It
Man,
sounded great.
You're so kind. Guys, let us know how the audio sounds out there. We want to know how everybody is doing tonight. We're going to give all our shout outs, but we're just going to make sure everything sounds good here. I think it sounds pretty good. I think everything sounds good. I want to make sure I can hear Dan as well. Looks like Ed's saying hi to you, Dan.
Hey, Ed.
All right. This all sounds good.
Cool.
Dan, you sound good. Everything. I think we're good. Levels are good. What's up, everybody? Thanks a lot for tuning in. I'm going to be keeping an eye on the chat and giving some shout-outs to the chat as we go through. But I'm not the star tonight. And Dan, you are sort of the star tonight, but really, you're not the star tonight either, right?
It is not. I said to you before this, Toby, that I feel like I'm surrounded by a lot of extremely intelligent people. And I'm fortunate to be here, man. This is going to be an awesome time.
Well, I feel very lucky to be here as well. These guys have worked really hard to get to this point, and I'm excited to talk to everybody about how we got here and what this tournament is all about. I'm going to just make sure that everything is in line here, and we are going to get going here. So welcome to everyone. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Let's talk about kind of how we got here and where we're going from here. So this is a kind of a culmination of really many years, and Dan and I have worked together for many years in different capacities, but in one of those capacities I worked at a wonderful little company called Prism Engineering. That's where Dan and I met, and we had a monthly challenge for our users, for our customers, to put together a CAD model and to calculate the mass of that CAD model. And so earlier this year, when the pandemic hit and everyone went into lockdown, I started hosting some tips and tricks here on my YouTube channel. I started sharing these tips and tricks, and ultimately started hosting a weekly live stream where once again presented these challenges to really the user community at large. I personally use SolidWorks. I love SolidWorks. I've had a long, beautiful career with SolidWorks and been very thankful all along the way. But you know, this really is open to anybody who's got a 3D CAD system, and that's always how it's been marketed. And so what we did since I guess maybe October is we invited these people to compete and earn points on a leaderboard to ultimately make their way into a 3D CAD modeling tournament. So here's how it's going to work tonight, and also how it's worked in the past. And you know what, if you're out there and you're interested in playing along with, you absolutely can. So we're excited to have other people play along with. The only thing I'll ask is that you don't type in your answer in the chat. If you want to say like, I got it right, you can type that in the chat, but don't type in your answer. So
the likelihood, though, right? The likelihood of someone out there getting it faster than one of these folks is low. We have killers on tonight.
I tell you what, man, these guys are some of the fastest. I've seen them modeling, and what's cool is you guys are all going to get a chance to see them modeling tonight. So what exactly are we talking about here? Well, like I said, every week we have this competition. I challenge the chat to come up with an answer, and these 8 people that we see on the board here, these were the fastest people. These were the people that earned the most points on that leaderboard. So what we're going to see is that we're going to pick 2 of those people. We've already figured out the bracket. We're going to take those 2 people and we're going to put them head to head against each other, and we're going to show them a drawing on the screen, a 2D print. And like I said, if you're at home and you want to play along with, well, when this 2D print goes up on the screen, you can do a screen capture of this print. This is what we've been doing every week for really pretty much for the whole year, more or less. And so what you're able to do is you're able to take this 2D print, and there will be a material. We always use one of the same 3 materials. You can see those materials down at the bottom of the screen there. And I'm just taking a moment to point that out because, again, if you want to play along with it, you know, maybe on the first couple of rounds you're putting together your templates, and then you'll be good to go. Then you'll have, the appropriate materials set up in your templates. Dan, I'm going to just bump up your audio a little. I saw that message from Tom, so I'm correcting it on my end. If you want to correct it on your end at all as well. Yeah. Thank you very much for that feedback. If anything sounds out of line throughout the presentation, please let us know in the chat. We'll be keeping an eye on the chat.
Thanks, Tom.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show these guys, our competitors, a 2D print up on the screen, and they're going to grab a screen capture of that print. And then what's going to happen is they're going to share their screens. Now, this screen capture here is one that occurred earlier this year. We did this tournament back in June, so shout out to Ed. Ed, I know you're in the chat there, so thank you so much for participating in June. And you can see here that Ed and Tom, who's actually competing tonight once again, were trying to take that 2D print and they were trying to turn it into a 3D model. And so you can see that, they're kind of neck and neck here. It looks like Ed's actually pulling ahead a little bit. Well, ultimately, one of them is going to come to a conclusion, and they're going to take that answer. They're going to figure out what the correct answer is, and they're going to move that down into the chat. They're going to maybe look at mass properties, do a copy and paste, and then they're going to put that answer in the chat. And whoever gets it correct is going to be declared the winner, and they're going to earn 1 point, 1 win. So what we'll see is that up at the top of their interface, they'll have, no wins. They'll get 1 win. And then if they get another point, they're going to get another win. And that person's going to move on in the tournament. It's single elimination. Whoever gets to 2 wins first wins that match. They move on. The other person, good game. We'll all be sure to give you a good game in the chat.
DJ.
That's pretty much it for my intro. Dan, these guys are the stars, right?
Yeah, and I think, Toby, what you described there is such a pure... it's such a pure sense of competition, and if anybody's taken the CSWP exam, right, the SolidWorks exam, you're either right or you're wrong, and there's and the mass is such like a pure way to go. And I think what you've created here is just awesome, man. And I think as all engineering minded people, we can all get behind this. It's going to be a good time.
Well, I'm excited to get into it, man. I'm excited to see what happens. So let's take a look at our bracket again, and let's see who our first 2 competitors are. So it looks like we got 3167 versus Philomathus, a couple of superstars in the Model Monday live chats, and we're going to see here what happens with these two. So we're going to see here that the first round is going to be between 3167 and Philomathus. I'm going to bring up the print here. And when I bring up the print, what I'm going to do is make sure that our competitors have a moment to grab a screen capture of this. So you can see here that this print is called Double Hinge. The print is called Double Hinge here. And when we get to this print here called Double Hinge, our competitors are going to take a look at this. They're going to grab a screen capture. So using whatever software they use for screen capture, maybe it's Windows snipping tool, maybe they're using something else to do a screen capture. They're going to grab this, and then our 2 competitors are going to let me know that they're ready. So kind of in the background, 3167 and Philomathus are going to let me know that they're ready. And while they're doing that, maybe we can just learn a little bit more about these guys. So 3167, he started using SolidWorks back in 2012, and you can see here that Philomathus, he started using SolidWorks in 2016. So 3167 has 4 years of additional experience over 3167. 3167 over Philomathus. So what do you think, Dan? You think that's going to make a difference?
I don't know, because you look at somebody like that, and I said this to you, I think, when we were just kind of going through the intros for this, that for someone to ramp up that quickly to start using SolidWorks in 2016 and now be on the stage with you, that's a sharp person. So it's going to be an interesting battle.
It's very true. Very, very true. All right, well, let me just get these guys into the correct bays here. I see that both of our competitors are letting me know that they're ready, so I'm going to make sure that I've got them in the correct bays. And, guys, we're going to see some live head-to-head CAD action here. So here we go in 3, 2, 1, go. So here we can see that we got 3167 on the left here. We got Philomathus on the right. Looks like Philomathus is using a dark mode theme. You see that, Dan?
I do, and I always think like good versus evil here when I see 2 people using different themes. And I remember when SolidWorks changed the colors, right? And how much of a discussion that was that year.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Well, it looks like, like any good CAD challenge, what you want to do is you want to look at the model and you want to try to figure out what really is the best way to create this model. Like what is kind of the overall, we talk about this in Essentials, right? What's kind of the overall shape? What one single sketch is going to encompass most of that shape?
What's your first profile? It's like if you were to look at this thing from one side or the other, like try what profile can you catch most of the shape with the first time? Yeah,
exactly. And we can see that it looks like, one of the cool things about SolidWorks is the ability to kind of automate the creation of tangent lines, tangent arcs. And you saw how Philomathus was able just to really tear around that profile by using that. That was pretty clutch move.
Got dual dimensions on too, or something there. There's what's in the brackets, Toby, next to his dimension
That's
name?
A great question. It's like he's got dual dimensions, but with millimeters and millimeters. He just wants to make absolutely sure.
He wants to make double sure that he's getting the right part there. But yeah, he's definitely moving. You also see between the 2 competitors how it's a darker gray, telling us that they both do have closed contours. There's no like little sketch segments or anything hanging around.
Oh yeah.
For peace of mind as a modeler, like if you get that right away, I liked when SolidWorks added that because it's just nice peace of mind.
That's a great point. Yeah, then you know that profile is closed off.
Yep.
And then, of course, fully defining your sketches is so important. I mean, it looked almost like Philomathus was going to be making the first feature, but look at this. 3167 has pulled ahead and already created that first feature.
Yeah, wow. And yeah, I agree. I would have went the other way with that one, but yeah, he's pulling ahead.
So now, ultimately, I mean, you can see on the overlay here in YouTube, you can see what the final part looks like. So now each of these competitors needs to try to figure out from that drawing, where to put the next feature. That's always a tricky decision, right?
Going right to hole. He's in hole wizard. I mean, yeah, and that's the choice here too. When it's time to start putting holes in this thing, do you use hole wizard? Do you get it done more quickly with just a simple cut extrude? Have you become familiar with the new hole feature? In SolidWorks.
Oh, advanced hole?
Advanced hole.
Wow.
Yeah, like you have, and if you're in this case, you're dealing with a counter bore or something, or a countersink. There's so many options to pick from, and if you're trying to move quickly, it kind of changes things for you, right? It might not be the right way. It's what's the fastest way.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, with a challenge like this, it needs to be fast, but it also needs to be accurate, right?
Sure.
Because otherwise, you're going to get the mass wrong. I mean, with this particular challenge, what are we looking for? The mass in whole number grams at 4 significant digits, so xxxx grams. Oh, with a tolerance of plus minus 10. So there is a little bit of a tolerance on this one. I have the physical prints down. I have a 2D printer, so I printed out the physical prints. But if you're watching on YouTube, you can always just roll back the video a little bit and you can see that print. Or, like I said, I mean, even if you're not doing the CAD, if you wanted to take a screen capture of the print while these competitors are going through and challenging one another, you might have a better idea of what they're actually getting into. And
I'm surprised you didn't physically print the 3D models, Toby, on your 3D printer.
I thought about it. All right, so it's interesting. Like they both had a choice here with what features to make. It's so interesting. They both decided to kind of go in the same order with these features.
Yep.
The model looks almost the same. We're gonna see who's gonna end up ultimately pulling this one out.
They're both. It's gonna come down to the slot here. Who can get that slot sketch more quickly? Philomathus is doing it, but without the fillets on it. So he's gonna do it square first and put the fillets afterwards.
Oh, another inflection point when you're 3D CAD modeling something, right? Save those fillets for later, or add more features.
He's doing sketch
fillets.
He's going back. What?
Wow.
Oh my God! It's like it's like they knew.
Oh, and 3167's doing it too.
It's gonna be close.
Wow. Wow. This Toby. Is
I didn't expect this right out of the gate, Toby. Right out
neck
of the
and
gate,
neck.
I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Truly neck and neck, yeah.
This is unbelievable. Which way is that cutting? Oh, he's close. He's close. He's going for mass.
Here we go.
3167's going for mass.
Okay, 3167 is going for mass. And let's keep an eye on the chat, guys. Let's see when that mass comes through. 3167 comes in with a mass of 3598 grams. That is the correct answer. Wow. And Nick, it looks like you missed. Oh, I'm sorry, Philomathus. Looks like you missed that boss in the upper right corner sticking out the back of the model. So congratulations to 3167. That was tight, man. So
that was tight.
3167 is going to earn a win.
If you look at Philomathus, his model too, Toby, I think he did it right, but it went one direction instead of two directions for that ball. Like it's obviously way too far out to one side, so maybe just went the one direction instead of both directions or something.
Wow, that was neck and neck. Wow. Ooh. I mean, what more could we really ask for here? What a nice matchup. We could probably
call it here. I mean, this was so exciting. I can't imagine anymore.
Well, guess what? You're getting more, buddy, because we're getting into the next round now. So these guys are gonna clear out their screens. They're gonna just kind of go back to a blank palette, and they're gonna let me know in a moment when they've had a chance to grab this print. So I'm gonna bring the print up now, so everybody who's watching on YouTube can see. This next one is called Rod Support. So we got our next print coming out for everybody. It's called Rod Support. Here we go. Let's take a look. So we've got this print up on screen now. Usually what the participants will do in Model Monday Live is they'll take a screen capture of this. Maybe they'll make YouTube full screen, grab a screen capture with like Windows snipping tool, move it over to a second monitor. And in this case, in the case of our tournament tonight, they're going to be doing that, and they're going to be letting me know once they've done that, once they're ready. So while they're doing that, let's learn a little bit more. It looks like 3167 has a degree in mechanical engineering and industrial design, and Philomathus has also has a degree in mechanical engineering from Utah State. That's crazy, huh? We got such a good matchup here.
We do, and it's funny when we talk to engineers, Toby, a lot, right? Sometimes the industrial designers battle with the mechanical engineers because it's like form over function sometimes. So 3167 might be like a really nice, well-rounded person then, if he's got both those degrees.
Yeah, it is true. You know, all those different skills. Like if you have an industrial design background, but also mechanical. It's like you said. Like a lot of times, the mechanical engineers think the industrial designers constantly are making things that can't be manufactured.
Right.
Right. But 3167 probably is going to know. You know, he's going to know. He's going to know what actually to look out for in that regard. Right. So we're just waiting for Philomathus to let us know. He's going to put his letter up on the screen and let us know. And once he does, 3167 is letting us know that he is ready. Okay, Philomathus is letting us know that he's ready as well. Just again, for everybody at home real quick, I'm just going to bring up the print again just for one more second so you guys all know what they're trying to model. And if you want to screen capture that, you can. Otherwise, I think we're pretty much ready to go here, Dan.
Ready to roll, man.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. So you guys can see here in the upper left, 3167 has secured the win. He has 1 win. First person to get to 2 wins is going to move on. And unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to the other person, but good game either way. And that is not the correct model there. That is not the correct current part. Let me just change that real quick to our next part. Here we go.
Here we go.
So you can see that the part that we're trying to build here is, as always, it's something that you have to kind of think to yourself, like, how would I put that model together? Would I start with that upper kind of tombstone section? Would I start with that lower section? And sometimes it's actually based on the dimensions that are on the print. Sometimes you see dimensions with feature dependencies on the print.
I like watching these competitors, even noticing the differences, Toby, right out of the gate with their template, like making sure that the material is set, making sure the tolerances are set, the precision is set, like the colors, like all that stuff right out of the gate. It's so interesting to see how they have their interfaces set up.
That moment of silence I took there was me reading through the chat, guys. I haven't really been looking at the chat much because I've been so enthralled in that first match. So I'll just say, to you guys out there in the community, if anybody gets really out of line, maybe just like tag my name so that it comes to my attention. Of course, we don't want anybody getting too out of line with just anything that's too crazy. But I don't want to miss a moment of this action. So this is one of the best communities out there. I'm sure the chat is going to be wonderful. But just a quick PSA there for everybody, just to let me know, like I said, if anybody gets too out of line.
So we do have the first feature here, Toby.
Looks like
Philomathus' screen.
Yeah, nice job pronouncing that name.
Philomathus, right?
Yeah, yep.
And then 3167 does have a fully defined sketch. No feature yet.
I think he's looking at that sketch and he's thinking something doesn't quite look right with this.
And I know that feeling like, oh, something just looks off.
Yeah, yep. We've all been there.
We've all been there. For me, it's usually in the middle of a certification or something. Like,
yeah,
that just looks wrong. I don't know why. It does look short, right? It does not proportionately. It just doesn't look.
Yep. Looks like he's just gonna go with it. He's gonna maybe circle back to it a little later, or maybe he knows something we don't know.
Yeah, that's very possible as well. I will say, Philomathus does not have a fully defined sketch here, Toby.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Those things always jump out at me.
Yeah, weird. I wonder why. Oh, there he goes. That's nice. Okay, so we got a fully defined feature locked there. Jumping to the right plane.
Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting technique that we're seeing from both of these competitors. They started with the same sketch, but when they went to extrude it, they took a very different route.
This part definitely more so than the first one, I think, is taking a little bit more forethought.
Yes,
which you look at it and you think maybe this is simpler, but I don't think so.
There's a little bit of activity going on here. None of these models. I mentioned this to the competitors ahead of time to make sure that they were all aware. None of these models have anything that's tricky with regards to like the geometry being too close together or the dimensions or anything like that. But a lot of times when you're modeling in SolidWorks, and especially when you have a design requirement, you have what are called feature dependencies or dimensional dependencies on other features existing. So for example, sometimes you'll have a drafted wall, and then there'll be a dimension that's called out to the top of that drafted wall. And you really can't get the location of that hole or the location of that rib or whatever that feature is until you model that wall. But sometimes, when you start modeling, you don't realize that until you get 5 or 6 features down the tree. And then you're like, oh, crud. How am I going to come up with this dimension?
And while we're chatting here, Toby, it looks like 3167 has fixed that dimension. Proportionally, it looks a lot better. Obviously, we don't know for sure, but it definitely looks a lot more like the print.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was nice of him to rotate it, too, right when you were saying that, so everybody could see.
Like we planned that.
Yeah, that was a clutch move right there.
Mid-plane extrusion, love that. Getting both directions done in one place, taking advantage of symmetry. That's awesome.
I like Cerberus in the chat here. He's commenting about how he would model this. Cerberus has been in the chat many times before, and he's a CATIA user and a heavy surfacing user too. So Cerberus, I'm surprised you wouldn't have done it with surfaces. That's probably how I would have done it. That was a little CAD joke there for the 6 people in the audience that got it.
Who got that? Is that crickets?
Yeah. That's all right. We'll keep swinging here. One of these is gonna land for sure.
One of these is gonna hit.
All right. So yeah,
I was just gonna say, Toby, even in the chat saying, I think these guys are in panic mode. I don't know if anybody would draw this way.
I love it. That's such a great comment. Shout out to John McClary. That is so funny.
It's true. Yeah,
we've all been there.
It's true, because I think in a space like this, it might change how you would approach something. In just in the name of getting it done faster.
Yeah, and a lot of times, like people will see these prints and they'll be, oh, I could do that so fast. I could do that so fast. But it's like even on Model Monday live, when you're not even sharing your screen, but you just know other people are competing. It's just like such a high intensity, high pressure scenario, and it kind of like it changes where you click. You end up making a lot of misclicks. It definitely affects you. But I gotta say, 3167, man, his game is solid tonight.
He's close.
He is. I'm seeing him. He had that one little hiccup early in this model, but other than that, he's really been just kind of flying through this thing.
I also noticed something else about his interface, that he's in student mode. He's using a student license.
Oh, nice.
So as a student, even cruising through these files, man.
Well, it's just one of the nice things about SolidWorks in general, especially the community, like all the support that we always see for educational, for students, for entrepreneurs, and of course the community in general, which I know you're a huge part of.
Don't get me started, man. We'll I gotta focus here. If we start talking about the user group network, I might go off on a tangent. But I love to see that, right? Like this person's using an educational version, but other than that symbol, it's the exact same version you would use in industry.
I'm gonna interrupt you, Dan. I see that an answer came in from 3167. It was incorrect. He was missing a feature. I can see him going back through. His answer was 1026, and it was incorrect because he was missing a feature. I did just have a chance to see him go through, and I think maybe he's going to update his answer here.
Philomathus is not far behind either.
3-1, I know. Philomathus right behind him, but congrats, 3167. Congrats from Matthew Diaz in the chat as well. And Mike noticed that as well. Shout out to Mike Zabocek, super power user in the chat.
Nice, Mike.
That is correct. The correct answer is 1027 grams. Congratulations to 3167. That is going to secure him another dot up top, another win, and that is also going to end that matchup, end that battle. So congratulations to 3167. Everybody give 3167 a GG in the chat. I'm going to move Dan and I back to our webcams here in just a moment, but great job, Philomathus, as well. Great job, 3167. You guys did awesome. Thank you guys so much for starting us off on, man, an exciting note there. My goodness. Congratulations, man. That was awesome.
That even the first round, Toby, right out of the gate, just the like, in fact, I think Philomathus was out in front initially, right, on that, and suddenly 3167 just like turned on and pulled right ahead.
Man, yeah. I was thinking that scene. I was like, oh no, like Philomathus was able to just tear through to all those tangent arcs on that first profile.
Yep.
But wow. Guys, great job. Everybody, the chat is lighting up. GG to both of you. That was such a great way to start this tournament. I know that we're all very thrilled, very excited to move on to the next round. So what do you think, Dan? Jump into the next round?
Let's do it, man.
Let's do it. Okay. So 3167 is going to move on. I'll update this in just a moment to indicate 3167 is now in the semifinals. 3167 is going to go up against whoever wins our next matchup. So we're in round 1B now, and we can see here that this is going to be Clark Schaefer versus Auxiliary Moose. And guys, last week we literally drew names out of a hat. And you're not going to believe it, but these two guys live within a mile of each other. It's a worldwide competition. We drew, we had our top 8 people come together. We drew names out of a hat, and these two guys are basically neighbors. It's so amazing. So we're going to get to know them again a little bit more in just a little bit, but I just want to make sure that Clark Schaefer and Auxiliary Moose are on deck and ready to go. And we're going to take a look at this print now. So here we go. Let's take a look at this thing in full screen. This one is called STRUT SWIVEL. And here is the 2D print. And if you want to play along with at home, feel free to grab a copy of this print. This is going to be a good one, I think. I can't wait to see how these guys come up with the answer. And I'm going to leave this up on the screen just for a moment. Let our participants grab a copy of this, grab a screen capture of this so that they can model it up. And like I said, if you want to play along with from home, you can grab a copy of this too. You can model it, or you can even just keep it on the side just so that you can kind of keep track of what's going on. But man, I'm loving the chat. The chat is just so supportive here. We got fans of Alnus out there. We got fans of Clark out there. So everybody's getting in on this. This is so cool. All right, so here we go. So looks like both of our competitors are just about ready. They're just getting their final information in line here, kind of letting me know. Looks like Clark started using SolidWorks back in 2016. Just while I'm letting these guys finish up getting ready, I just want to take a look at a couple of facts here about these guys. Motorcycle rider, Dan. That's just like you, huh?
It is just like me, but my mom would never let me get back on one, unfortunately.
Oh, so. that was it. How one crash was enough.
One crash.
And it looks like Auxiliary Moose is he started using SolidWorks CAD or started using CAD in 2018, but he's actually a certified Onshape professional. So we're gonna get a chance to see some Onshape here tonight. So this is truly a 3D CAD modeling contest. And Auxiliary Moose is working on a moon mapping satellite. So wait a second. So he's still just in high school, college, and he's already doing a moon mapping satellite. This is the same as I think with Philomathus from last round, Toby. Seeing a person pick up a CAD system in 2018, some of these folks that we know have been using this stuff forever, right? And now again, right on the main stage, doing a modeling competition, which is awesome. It's amazing, man.
It's awesome, really cool.
Where's the guys that are like playing Zelda or like, like that's what I was doing when I was their age. I was just playing video games. That's. All right, this is going to be interesting. I don't want to hold this up anymore. Our competitors are both ready here. They both got a copy of the print. They're ready to show us what they got. So let's get going here in 3, 2, 1, go. So we can see here that we've got, whoops, I got the wrong overlay here. There we go. We can see here that on the left we've got Clark using SolidWorks. Clark, I hope you heard the go. Oh, we got a...
Hope Clark is not frozen.
We got a possibly frozen screen from Clark here. Let's see here. Okay, honest.
He's moving. He's
okay,
moving.
He's in. He's moving. You're good. You're good to proceed. Everybody's good to proceed.
I think that was a Zoom delay.
Okay, cool. Excellent. Maybe like it's catching up now because this guy is moving fast. My goodness. So yeah, this is interesting. I've never really seen, I'll tell you something, Dan. I've never seen Onshape in a heads-up 3D CAD modeling competition live streamed on YouTube.
I can't say I've ever seen that either, Toby. That's probably a new one.
So this is my first time seeing it in this capacity. This is really interesting.
I would say this is new for the internet at this point.
But it looks like just like SolidWorks, we start out by creating our sketch. We're able to take that sketch and turn it into, fully defined sketch. We're then able to turn it into some type of a 3D feature. Yep. So it's really, I gotta say, it's kind of taking my breath away. This guy is really fast.
Yep, he is moving.
My goodness.
And it's so many of the same principles, right? Taking advantage of symmetry, mirroring, extruding in both directions, all the same things that you want from a CAD system.
3D CAD modeling is, parametric 3D CAD modeling is parametric 3D CAD modeling.
I do like that conversation that in the engineering world, that's like a universal language, right? Like engineering speak and 3D modeling is somewhat of a universal language.
For sure.
That's cool to see. This thing almost looks like an RJ45 connector. If you were like jamming it into a wall and plugging two of them together or something.
Yeah. I think,
this.
It's called a swivel mount. No, strut swivel. I figured it was for an automobile or a motorcycle.
Yeah, Clark would like it then.
Yeah, exactly.
Motorcycles.
Yeah, Clark likes motorcycles. Maybe this thing's used on a moon base.
Possibly.
Auxiliary Moose is just like, I model these all the time.
Cruising. I want to know what's auxiliary about him too. I got to ask him that. I'm still not sure what's auxiliary. He's primary now. He's cruising, man. This is awesome.
Wow. So Auxiliary Moose has answered this challenge. And the answer that he came up with is 17.9 pounds, and that is correct.
Wow.
So very nicely done, Auxiliary Moose. And holy, my goodness.
That was awesome.
That was just like, what was that, a minute? Maybe not even a minute?
That was impressive.
Wow. All right. So chat, let me know if I get any of the wins wrong or if I leave anything up wrong or anything like that. But it looks like...
I think the wrong model might still be up, Toby. The 3D model on the stream, maybe.
Oh, thank you. Yep.
That old, yeah.
That is correct, yeah.
For the next round, we can fix that.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. Oh, yeah, it just went by so fast.
I know.
Wow.
Impressive.
Very, very impressive. Well, guys, I know you guys want to see some more. Let's just get into it, man. My breath, my words...
Yeah. The only we'll double check. We'll watch Clark start again. I don't know if that was a Zoom delay or what Clark's delay was. One of our favorite comedians has a joke about that, right, Toby? He said, "Give it a second. It's going to space. Just give it a second."
That's right. Sending the signal to space. All right. Well, yeah. I hope that we're okay. Dan, if you want to just maybe take a look at the chat on our end, make sure that he's okay as far as any kind of a hiccup or anything like that.
All good so far.
Okay, good deal. All right, guys. Well, then I think what we're going to do is we're going to move into our next round here. So let me switch back to the PowerPoint. We're going to jump into our next round. We're going to make sure that everybody's good here. We got a GG from Clark to Auxiliary Moose. So I think we are all good here to move on. All right, let's take a look at this next one. So this next one is called T205 Hinge Mount. So this is one that, I was really happy with the way that this model came out. I'm excited for these guys to see this one. Shout out to Jocelyn, who got your Louis C.K. reference. Very nicely done, Jocelyn.
That's awesome.
All right, here we go.
Thanks, Jocelyn.
Let's take a look at this next one. So here's the print. So these guys are going to grab a screen capture of this print. They're going to make sure that they know what this thing looks like. They're going to kind of start to think about a general game plan, kind of come up with what they think this model should look like, kind of like what are they going to start with, what's the first feature. And if you're watching at home and you want to follow along with, you can certainly take a screen capture of this as well. It might make it a little easier to follow along with. And yep, the stream, while these guys are getting a copy of that, while these guys are getting ready to go, let's take a look at who we're actually working with here. So it looks like Clark, amongst other things, he's also an experienced sailor and has some experience with Python. He knows a Python programming language. And
Clark is also mentioning on our chat here, Toby, he's looking for the print as well.
Yep, I think it just went up.
Okay.
I'm watching it on my second machine here, monitoring over there. And it looks like Auxiliary Moose uses Linux. He doesn't even use Windows. I was wondering what was going on with his UI because it didn't look like it was Windows UI. So that's pretty crazy. And Clark says it says here that Clark goes to dog parks to pet other people's dogs.
That's good. Which is so crazy, right? Even using Linux, like the fact that he's actually using this in a browser, it actually doesn't matter what operating system he's on, right?
That's pretty wild, man.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
I love seeing all these CAD programs, getting more and more cloud-based. I'm excited to see, what the future holds for sure. All right, here we go. So let's take a look here at our next round. It looks like both of our competitors are ready. So I think we're all good to go here. So let's do this in 3, 2, 1, go. And I'll change that part right now. I'm always going to have to change it when I flip to this screen. So I'll try to do it as quick as I can so nobody notices.
All good. We got
all right.
two. They're off and running.
So we see here, yep.
As was mentioned too, a lot of support from the Pacific Northwest tonight.
For sure.
We got Eric Beatty in the chat, Toby. Eric Beatty runs the oldest SolidWorks user group, which is awesome.
And where is it located?
In Seattle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So, wow. So
a lot of support in Pacific
West
Northwest.
Coast is just breeding these super power CAD users.
Super users, man.
Yeah.
All right, so they're both going, but it's funny, like looking at these side by side, they're going different directions.
A little bit different, yeah. It's all about deciding. I think that first feature, just getting that first feature correct, and a lot of times you just kind of got to look at the 3D model or look at the print, and you got to decide what's going to encompass the majority of my dimensions. What's going to really give me what I need to get started on the right foot here.
This is a cool model, Toby. I like this one.
Thank you. Yeah, this is like a plastic hinge, mounts onto something. Hinge mount.
Hinge mount.
Hinge mount. I like that. I like Clark's dark mode with the dark backdrop too.
Yeah.
It makes it really easy to see some of the contours, like when you're extruding.
Yep.
So looks like both of these competitors started out with that same feature, and they're both already, even though the sketches looked a little different, they're both already getting into the next feature. You got to kind of look at the print. You got to look at the different features and come up with a game plan.
And when you're so used to cruising through a sketch and picking up tangency and all those things, like when you have time, when you're not rushing, and now you're rushing, you got to be careful not to pick up tangency or forget tangency.
Sure.
So intense here.
It can really make a difference. Yeah.
Clark's already getting this second feature on us. We have Auxiliary Moose is not far behind. I mean, they're very close here.
Yeah, and it looks like they're both going for. Let's see what Auxiliary Moose does here. If he does the same thing that Clark did, or if he mixes it up a little.
Yeah, that's interesting, right?
It really is. I mean, a lot of times, some of the models we've seen so far, it's this is still the opening round, right? We're in the round of 8. But as models get more and more complex, you'll see that people will often take very different approaches to get to the finish line.
Especially in these later features.
Yep, for sure.
I was looking to see, and it's like I almost when I'm watching a competitor, I almost want to reach on screen and rotate the model so I can see it.
Yeah.
So I can see what's going on.
Exactly.
I want to know what's going on behind that face. I'm like, wait a minute, is that already done? Oh yeah, see now Clark's turning. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what you wanted to rotate to see. You wanted to see what was going to happen there.
What was going on in the back? Yep.
Yep. Oh, okay, but that fixed it up.
Yeah. I love it there when you tweak something and like the model updates.
Yeah, it just comes all together. So Clark has answered with 1.216 pounds, but that is incorrect, and you did miss a feature, Clark.
Auxiliary Moose. Putting that hole in. He's checking properties now,
close.
Toby. What is this? Is everything
this is getting close, man? Yeah.
Oh,
wow. So this is interesting. We're getting feedback saying that there's a lag that the audience is seeing. That's kind of interesting. They shouldn't see a lag.
They have all very much long legs.
Wow. Did you see those answers come in? It went Clark Auxiliary Moose 1.20, 1.20. The correct answer is 1.20, and you guys can all see. I mean, this is kind of the beauty here. is that when we have this scenario and we have an environment like this, you guys can all see in the chat how close it was. You guys can all see, when those answers came in, Clark came in at 1.23. I'll make this a little bit bigger so you guys can all see. Came in at 1.230, and Auxiliary Moose came in right behind him at 1.203. The correct answer is 1.20. That is correct. Clark does take the win there, and my goodness, that was close.
Very, very, very close.
Holy
that was super
smokes,
man!
Yeah. So we got a 1-to-1 matchup here. We're gonna go to the final round of these competitors. Very nicely done. GG to everybody. And for those of you out there that are saying there's a lag, if you don't mind, I apologize. I just if there is a lag, if you don't mind just kind of maybe describing what that lag is. I'm not sure how there's a lag going out, and I want to try to correct it. If there's not a lag, if you could let me know that as well. Shout out to Mike Puckett, certification extraordinaire. Really appreciate it. But if there is a lag, just let me know what it is. We want to make sure that we take care of these guys.
Eric Beatty's agreeing with me out there, saying he wants to crane his neck and peek around the model and see what's going on.
Exactly, man. When these guys are creating these features, how do they even end up with those features? It looked like Clark created that final feature almost by like cut extruding a sleeve or something like that.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, and Auxiliary Moose I saw added the material, I think, at the end. It changed the material at the end, so it almost begs the question. And I think maybe Clark had it at the beginning. It's like that was half a second or 1 or 2. That was the difference of 1 or 2 seconds there. So I think, Toby, you've spoken about that before, like setting up templates and getting things like that kind of wrapped up. In this context, that makes all the difference, right?
I'm not even listening to you because I'm participating in the chat.
Oh, that's okay. Actually, the chat is good though. It looks like some people are saying there's no lag. 10 seconds.
Video is running behind audio and chat. Yeah, I mean the chat is definitely going to lag. Like when they go to answer, by the time I see it and then I tell you that they answered, that's definitely going to lag. But hopefully,
that's a YouTube thing, right?
Everything else should be in line. Like audio and video should be all in line. So if it's not, if like you're experiencing this and there's a lag between what we're saying and what you're seeing, then let me know and we'll go from there.
That's just YouTube, right? The chat's just always a little bit delayed from the live stream itself.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on a second. I got one of my producers coming in to let me know what's going on.
I might need one of my producers to bring me a cup of coffee real soon.
Yeah, man. Okay, cool. All right. Appreciate all that info. I think that we're good here, though. Overall, I hope that this is this is pretty good. Welcome to all the new people who are tuning in. Yes, a lot of people are saying they wish they had the same thing. Is it against the rules to offer tips here in chat? Says Mike Puckett. I think, Mike, you just want to kind of let these guys go at it. I doubt they're going to read the chat anyway, so I'd say any tips you have, any advice, I would just wait until after the round is over, and then you can put that all in the chat. So, great question.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Clark says the same thing.
Toby's crew in the house.
Yeah, awesome. For sure. That's it. yeah, a very swell idea. We actually were just talking about that today, how big my production crew is for this thing. So, I mean, you guys are talking about lag of 15 seconds. I'm surprised any of this is even running. So,
I think everybody should maybe pause and take a second to recognize that, Toby, that there's full production companies that do this stuff that I know firsthand people pay big money for, and you're running it out of your basement with whatever old equipment you got there.
We got it. Yeah, we got it.
That's awesome, man.
It's all good. All right, cool. All right, guys. So here we go. Let's go on to the next one. We're going to move on to the next round here. We got the next print coming up for these guys. This one is called Sliding Plate. So here we go with this next round for you guys to take a look at this print. Our competitors are going to grab a screen capture of this print. Once they grab the screen capture, they're going to kind of start to plan out how they're going to model it, but they're not modeling anything until we give them the go-ahead. And you can see here what this model looks like. And while our competitors are grabbing this, let's just take a look here and see, what else is going on with these amazing competitors. Because I gotta say, man, this is once again we're going to all 3 rounds. It's been so close every time.
Yeah. And you know what, Toby? It's also nice that they're in the same region because, like, maybe internet speeds or whatever aren't coming into account because they're both in the same area.
Exactly. I know, shout out to Clark. Clark has his own YouTube channel as well. If you guys want to check him out, Arthropod of Doom. He streams a lot. He's got a lot of great tips and tricks, and you can see how he's putting some of those tips and tricks to work here tonight. So here we go, guys. I think that we are just about ready to go. Just waiting for Clark to give me the go-ahead that he is ready to go. Okay, he is ready to go here. So let's get going here in 3, 2, 1, go. So I'm going to change that model, and my production team also just reminded me that I need to change the up next. So here's the model that they're trying to create. You can see it's got this kind of weird dog bone shape on one side. I know I had a model earlier that kind of had a similar dog bone shape.
Yeah, but you can start with that same, like, it looks like, you know, probably that same basic shape at the top. It is similar to that other file too, but yep. I do like, Toby, how the lower half is not symmetric. Like, there's definitely some thinking and some additional steps you got to go. The lower half of the model.
Thank you, Dan.
Oh yeah, no problem, man.
So yeah, you can see once again, I mean, just the ability to get through to create those tangent arcs, you know, in one move and kind of one single pass around that profile, it really just makes such a difference.
Yep.
But, you know, I mean, we've seen auxiliary moose, like, all of a sudden the feature's just done, so we're definitely not counting him out. I'm sure this one is going to be really, really close as well.
He took, okay, so I'm seeing Clark he's got a few profiles here all in one sketch. So getting some of those things done, and auxiliary moose is taking a slightly different approach, but.
And when you're modeling stuff, do you generally include those extra, like 2 holes? Would you actually include that in the original profile like what Clark did, or would you try to keep your sketches simple?
It always depends, right? And I always told students that it really depends on what your design intent is. If you ever intend to change, remove, or, you know, modify those holes, maybe they should be their own separate feature. You know, but if they're forever going to be there, you know, maybe again, if you're in a CAD modeling tourney, you know, you find yourself in your local CAD modeling championship, put them in there, get it done faster.
I think that, you know, it's funny how sometimes, you know, even though we're like, what this is reminding me of a lot is the times when I've had to get a print out the door because the manufacturing team is leaving, you know, the shop guys are leaving and they're going to be gone all weekend. And if I can just get them this print by noon, you know, they can start cutting that part and it'll be done by the time everybody comes in Monday. But if not, it's not going to be done till Wednesday, you know, or whatever, till Tuesday. And like, this is the kind of stuff that I would always do too. I'd always be like, okay, I gotta, you know, whatever, gotta sacrifice, gotta
sure.
Just tear through.
Again, it really comes down to the user and what your intent is. And I think that's interesting, Toby, too, because like you mentioned, there's other intent besides design intent. It's like, what's the mood of the guy in the shop today? How quickly do I need to get
yeah,
this
that
up?
could definitely affect it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about, you know, you gotta get it done right, you gotta get it done fast, and you gotta get it done cheap, right? Isn't that what they say? You can always have all 3.
Yeah, that's how it always works every time. You
can always have all 3.
Clark might be close here. Auxiliary moose is not far. I mean, they both have the bulk of the model here.
These very interesting approaches. You know, you could see that what Clark is doing is he's modeled the entire wedge, and then he's cutting out that section where auxiliary moose is more kind of modeling the rib in that upper section.
Power trim. You just see Clark blow through there with power trim.
Yeah.
It's just like a lawnmower, right? Just blows through everything.
Indeed. All right, so one final check, that rotate. You like seeing that rotate at the end, right?
I do. Control-7.
Yo, I mean, he just kind of ripped through and looked at it and made sure all his features were there. Clark Schaefer has submitted the answer, 1.529 pounds, and that is the correct answer.
Wow.
So, wow. Awesome. And auxiliary moose was right behind him.
Not far, man.
Hot on his heels. My goodness. What a matchup. My goodness.
He really just needs to get that slot in there, and then he would be done. But yeah, that was awesome, man.
Intense. My goodness. So, very nice job to both of our competitors. If you guys don't mind putting a GG in the chat for our amazing competitors, and congratulations to Clark for getting the win. And I'm going to move us up to these larger webcams here, Dan. So, man, that was, holy smokes. GG all across the board. That was so good. Both of those matches in that left side of the bracket were intense.
Yeah, and Toby, I think what you said earlier is right. Like, I don't think that we've ever seen someone modeling in SolidWorks the same part, live streaming on YouTube with Onshape in a browser. And you know, I think for an engineering-minded person, you want to see how people go about something differently. You want to see how different people would attack the same problem. And that was really cool, man. I mean, that was a 1 in a million opportunity to see that. That was really cool. I
was so excited to see how that one was going to turn out, man. It was neck and neck the whole time.
It really was. Yep. And we said that when you drew the names out of the hat, that like you could not believe the order in which these names were pulled, because it's like perfect textbook matchups, and this was great, man.
Yeah, I mean, on the leaderboard on TooTallToby.com, Clark is like way ahead of everyone. He's got, I think, 9 points, and I think the next person has 3 points. But I think Auxiliary Moose, the past 2 or 3 weeks, he's just been crushing it. You know, every time he's been getting in there and winning, that's where he's been getting all his points. So very nicely done to Allness. In case you guys haven't figured out in the chat yet, Allness and Auxiliary Moose are the same person. So if you guys want to give Auxiliary Moose one more GG, and that was an awesome job. And of course, again, Philomathus in our earlier round in 1A also did an amazing job. Yep. Very, very nicely done to all of our competitors so far. My goodness, Dan, can you believe this? I'm like sweating.
I cannot, man.
Woo!
I don't know how I'm actually going to survive the rest of this if it continues to go like this. That was
well.
That was awesome.
I mean, I don't know if you can see the bracket here, but we can see that the next matchup might be just as intense. In our next matchup, we have got none other than Smitty Tom Smith versus Ivan the Reasonable. Now, these guys went to battle in June in our tournament and actually went to the finals. We had an 8-person tournament in June. We went all the way through to the finals, and it was Ivan and Smitty. And I don't want to spoil who the winner was, but
you got to go back and watch it.
You got to go back and watch it. But
random, like and subscribe.
like and subscribe. Yeah, be sure to play the whole video too, so I get all the hours. I want that whole thing to be counted. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like they were like, the universe was like, you know what? That wasn't enough. These guys need a rematch. These guys.
And we said that too, that it was almost like this was a perfect plug-in from your previous tournament right into the new tournament. It was like a handoff. and
that video,
awesome.
The video from last week when Dan and I were on the show, so this was last Monday, the 7th, Model Monday Live from the 7th. I actually used a physical hat and the names of the people. I still have the names sitting here on my desk. The names of the people, and I drew these names out of the hat. And this is the matchups that you're seeing here. It was totally random. The universe just bringing everybody together. So I guess enough talk, right?
Enough talk, man. I'm excited for this. Shout out to Tom Smith too. He's a local guy for me and you. And we're repping the East Coast tonight out here.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
We're getting ready to get slammed by some snow out here too, Toby, which is unbelievable. 2020 is the years it's going to go out fighting with the giant snowstorm here at the end. So.
Yeah, shout out to Mike Zabocek. He actually messaged me earlier today. He lives near us as well, and he said, "Hey, I'm getting snow at my place. Is it snowing yet?" And it wasn't. But then a little later, it started snowing down here too, Mike. So it's getting ready. I think I heard that Wednesday we're supposed to get like 15 inches or something.
I'll come over and help you shovel your driveway.
Oh, what a guy!
Socially distanced, of course.
Of course, yeah, with masks.
With masks.
Yeah, snow masks. All right. All right, that's enough political talk.
I'm excited, man. Tom,
here we go.
Ivan, good luck.
The continuation of their match before. This one, guys, is called T201. I'm going to bring it up here full screen for you guys. Pivot arm. I'm excited to see what these guys do with it. This is quite the matchup that we're going to see here. So here you guys can see the print. I've got the print up on the screen in YouTube. The print is up in full screen, so you'll be able to see it here in just a moment. Our competitors will be able to see it. They're going to take a screen capture of this print, and they're going to put it onto their second monitor or somewhere else that they can. Maybe they'll physically print it out on a 2D printer so that they can work off of the dimensions. I'm sure they're also going to be looking at it and trying to come up with a game plan. And while they're doing that, let's learn a little bit about our competitors. So, man, Smitty started using SolidWorks 1997, 23 years ago, and has won Model Mania at the World Conference twice. That's quite a resume.
We are in the presence of greatness, I would say.
But he's going up against Ivan, who has hiked the Great Wall of China twice. So, I mean, those
totally the same.
Yeah. And who also is the reigning champion of this tourney. Spoiler, if you don't want to go back and watch the June 29. Ivan is actually the reigning champion of this tourney. So Ivan is just getting a screen capture, and then he's going to share his screen, let us know that he's ready. And it looks like Smitty is ready as well. It's like Ivan also enjoys a good brew, and I like how he specified beans or hops.
Beans or hops.
Yeah, go either way. All right, so we're just letting our competitors, they're going to give me a signal that they're ready.
I have to say I agree with Ivan on that.
Okay, wow, jeez. These guys, okay, they've both let us know that they are ready. So we're going to have these guys create this model. I'm going to start the countdown in 3, 2, 1, go. So let me change the current part here. We're now modeling up this pivot arm, it's called. Pivot arm. It's actually the first part that I modeled up for this competition.
Toby, look at the difference in the interface. I know I'm going to say this a lot, but the interface difference. Ivan is ultimate, like, simplistic.
He doesn't even have any toolbars.
I know, nothing. What? And Tom has the full command manager with extra shortcuts at the bottom.
Wait, Ivan has no toolbars at all?
No, nothing.
Wow.
Yeah. So is he doing mouse gestures, or is he doing S key, or what's
he
doing? I love
S key.
What's he doing?
Well, he's already got the first boss extrude created, it looks like, and looks like he's got a plan. He's got that first boss extrude. Tom's going through. He's creating this model on the top plane here.
I would say he is out to defend his title.
Yes,
by the looks of this.
But Tom is he's got an axe to grind.
He's got an axe to grind. Got something to prove.
All right, and I'm just gonna make sure I update the next players. So the people who are on deck here, our final matchup are gonna be Zachary and Cam coming up in just a few minutes.
Again, this is Tom picking through that multi-contour sketch.
I like that.
4 regions at once, and then he's probably gonna go back and he's again. Oh, it's awesome.
So cool. Yeah, just kind of getting everything ready to go, like kind of pre-cooking the model, right?
Yep, pre-cooking the model.
I like that. So, and we can see Ivan here. He's going a little more methodically, like just start at the left, move to the right. Whatever gets in my way, I'm just going to model it.
Yeah, I'm just going to model it with no toolbars. just going to model it with no buttons at all.
I mean, we were excited to see a different CAD program in here, heads up, to see what the difference in interface was, but I didn't realize we were going to see this much of a difference in the same program.
I know. They're both using 2019 SP5.
Oh, that's a nice shot. How are you able to tell that?
Lower left corner. It's flashing between rebuilds and messages.
They're going so fast you can't even see it.
I know. I can't. I can barely get a glimpse of it.
Both using 2019 SP5. I like that.
This is awesome. Too.
Man, the chat is lighting up here. Chris Loretta, what's up, man? Great to see you in here again.
I'm afraid to look at the chat. I don't want to look away from
Ivan can't be stopped.
Ivan offsetting those lines.
And Eric Beatty reminding me of the term we coined during the last tournament, educational esports.
Educational esports. I like that.
Let's get that hashtag going. Educational esports.
Thanks, Eric.
Shout out to
Power
Eric.
trim again. I'm seeing power trim a lot tonight, Toby. It reigns supreme.
Power trim. I like the way you said it's just like a lawnmower. It just blasts through.
Yeah.
And we can see Ivan maybe was listening to you, and he's like, "Oh, I should do a layout as well."
Yeah, I should do some power trimming and some layout.
That Dan, he could give me some tips on how to go faster. He's probably like,
definitely not.
How do you turn on toolbars?
What are toolbars? That was always one of my favorite tech support calls, Toby, when the command manager would come on Hinge and land on your third monitor.
Oh, yeah.
That was my favorite.
It's a classic.
Yeah, it's a classic. Okay, so like wildly different approaches, but at this point, they're actually not that far off from each other.
Yeah, I completely agree. I was just going to say the same thing. And this model's got a little bit more complexity. I more or less randomize the order in which the models come out during the tournament. But you will see that there will certainly be some that are maybe a little more complex, require a few more features, some that maybe require a few less features. But it doesn't matter because it's still you versus the other person. Sure. Yep. So you can see this one. There's kind of like an orange region in the overlay model, and it looks like. Thank you very much to Dude Drones. Shout out to Dude Drones. Let me know that I'm out of line with my wins. Thank you. And shout out to Richie Moore. He says, "This is amazing." Thank you, Richie. I'm glad you're enjoying this. This is a little educational esports for everyone.
Educational esports.
It's gonna get bigger than Fortnite. I mean, really,
Definitely.
like
Yeah,
just
it absolutely is.
guaranteed. Yep. People are gonna get sick of Fortnite and Minecraft and Destiny and what's the Cyberpunk? Pfft, nobody plays that, right? No, this is where everyone is tonight.
Yep.
Yep. Shout out to Nick for reminding me. I like the use of that tagging as well. That is correct. I had them. I'm never going to get everything. I'm either going to get the model and the up next, or I'm going to get the model and the wins.
It's okay. You're doing great, man.
We'll get there.
Seeing where Tom is now as opposed to where Ivan was before, like it's just, oh man, it's just like the order in which you do things and how that affects you downstream.
Yep. And Ivan's doing that kind of final model roll to see if he's got
mass. He's checking mass.
It's okay. Yeah. I think that was just a misclick there. So Ivan has come in with the answer of 1330. Oh my gosh, Tom came in right behind him.
Oh, I saw that.
Ivan has come in with the correct answer of 1339.09. Once again, you guys, can you believe how quick these guys are coming in? Look at this. Ivan came in with 1339.09. Tom came in right behind him. It was like a second later. That was insane. Wow.
Jocelyn's giving us some pretty big props there, Toby. I'm not sure if we deserve such high. Well, you do, but it's just like a high-paced sports.
Let's see. Here we go. Never thought my life would be listening to sportscasters for CAD speed modeling, but you do take the top. Bravo. I will be tuning in again. Thank you so much, Jocelyn. That's such a nice comment. Really appreciate it, and I'm glad you're enjoying it. This has been a long time coming, and I'm so excited that everybody's here tonight and we all get to enjoy this together.
Yep.
So thank you so much for all the kind words in the chat. GG, Ivan and Smitty not letting us down. That was intense. You guys were neck and neck the whole time.
That was awesome.
So nicely done, and I'm going to just flip back to the CAD versus CAD because Tom's doing some spins there, and I think that everybody likes to see that. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty cool. All right, cool. All right, let's get back to our next challenge here. So I'm going to go back to full screen, and I'm going to bring up our next print here. Very nicely done to both of you. That was a tough model, and you guys definitely modeled it a lot faster than I could. So this next model here, this one is called push plate, and I'm going to bring this one up on the screen now, so you guys will see this on your screen in just a moment. And if you want to take a screen capture of that, our competitors are going to be taking a screen capture of this, and after they take the screen capture, they're going to let me know that they're ready. And if you're at home and you want to give it a try as well, feel free. Chat is still coming in saying, Nuno, shout out to Nuno, what's up, Nuno, saying that was nuts. Yeah, completely agree, that was crazy. And what's up, Sky Captain? Sky Captain was in our tournament last time. Welcome back. And Eric Beatty, I know we've been giving him some shout outs, but I just got to give him another one because he's so lovable and so amazing in the user community.
I think this is breaking the internet right now, Toby, because I'm also getting text messages from random people like, what are you doing right now? And why are you guys breaking the internet with this amazing live stream?
Oh, wow. That's good.
Check your cell phone, man,
I saw that I had I think there was like 45 million people that were waiting this morning for this stream, and then that's why Google went down this morning for a little bit.
I did notice.
Yeah, that's what happened, and then a lot of those people weren't able to get back on. So, yeah, I mean that's what happened when you got educational esports with Dan and Toby doing commentary. You're gonna break the internet. Tom's also a SolidWorks champion, which means he's part of a special new program. Shout out to Sean O'Neill.
I know, yeah, it's such an awesome program because it again, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole here of propping up the community here, Toby, but it is such a cool space that if you're somebody who loves SolidWorks, but you don't necessarily want to run a user group, right? And maybe you do, but maybe you don't. It's such an awesome option and lets you really get your name out there and be a lot closer to the community. And yeah, I think Tom's like a perfect example of that, like a power SolidWorks user.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we're going to talk about that a little bit more in just a bit. You and I will have a little chance to talk here after we get through the intermission.
I know. Don't get me started.
Yeah, but no, I appreciate it. But I just want to say one thing to everybody out there, which is I asked these guys to let me know when they're ready by just writing their letter. Just sketch up your letter. Like if you're Smitty, sketch up the letter S, and if you're Ivan, sketch up the letter I. Just real quick, sketch something up for me. And that lets me know they're ready. They're ready to start the competition, right? Well, I'm going to flip over to sharing their screen so that you guys can see what these guys have come up with as instead of just sketching up a simple letter. This is what I end up seeing here. This is how they let me know that they're ready. So Smitty and Ivan are both letting me know that they are ready to do this next model, the push plate. You guys are amazing. You guys are so funny. All right, so let's get ready for the next model here, guys. Our competitors are clearly letting me know that they are ready. So I'm going to start the countdown in 3, 2, 1, and go.
Oh, we also got Gary Davis in the chat. Shout out to Gary.
Shout out to Gary Davis as well. Yes. What is up, Gary Davis? And we also got Steve from the CTSUG user group. What's up, Steve? Thank you so much. And Gary says, Toby, Dan, and Tom all in one live stream. Awesome. Yeah. What's up, Gary? So this is a model. You can see that this model is up on screen. And you can see kind of what it looks like. It's got this kind of ramped up surface with these holes going through. You see that there, Dan, in the middle of the overlay?
I do, and I'm staring at this thing thinking, like, how symmetric is it? And it looks like it's pretty dang symmetric.
So one thing that you'll notice about it is that the lower plate is not a uniform wall thickness, right? It's kind of
a little taper to it,
tapering down, right? Well, this is due to a little something that I call the Ivan exploit.
Ooh.
And Ivan was able to discover in the last tournament, and probably sometime before that if the plate was uniform wall thickness, it really didn't matter where those holes go. Because we're only calculating math.
Sure, yep.
So thanks to Ivan, all my models now have some taper or curve.
None of my models will be or straight orthogonal like regular boxes.
Yeah, none of them can look like that anymore. Thanks to the Ivan exploit. So
I love that.
Shout out to Ivan. And I when I was randomizing these models, I was very happy to see that this one landed in your run, in your bay. So enjoy that. I hope you enjoy that.
He possesses a specific set of skills to take advantage of modeling.
Exactly. You get Ivan involved in educational esports, and he will find the exploits for sure.
That's awesome. Yeah. They call that like white hat hacking, right?
Yeah, I love it though. I mean, it was funny because like I started, as I'm putting these models together, I started thinking about it, and then I saw Ivan doing it in the live stream in the last tournament, and I was like, oh, somebody else figured it out. They gotta be a little more clever. It's not purged in all of them, so the rest of you guys who are out there, if you keep your eyes peeled for the Ivan exploit, you could definitely leverage that from time to time.
If you want to leverage that in other 3D CAD live stream YouTube competitions,
yes,
just don't tell anybody.
Yeah, just don't do it when you're actually making models for your machining team. They will not be happy. Be like, that's what Toby does.
He never puts two faces parallel to each other, not on a single file.
Shout out to Dawn in the chat. She says, smart thinking. Yes, indeed. And Official Tej says, Ivan ruined it for everyone. No. This is how we all get better. We all learn how to up our game a little bit. I mean, ultimately, we joked about it earlier, but it's like, you can't have all three, right? You can't have it fast and correct and cheap. But if you can learn how to do these things fast and correct, well, you could probably reap that financial reward on the other end.
I'd say Ivan's close here, Toby.
Yes.
We're not far off. And Tom's taking a different approach, right? Tom is I think what I said initially, kind of looking for symmetry and trying to exploit that if possible.
Sure. Yeah, it's always one to look for. It's always one that's going to really help you kind of keep things faster, keep things accurate.
We got an answer coming in.
If there's a wrong answer, I can't even talk. I'm sorry. I'm so flustered. Ivan comes in with an answer of 793 grams. That is the correct answer.
Wow.
So very nicely done. Tom was right behind him. You can see that Tom he just got the mass there as well. He's going to drop that in as well. Ooh, 797. He's off though. 793 is the correct answer. Ivan, impressive as always. Tom, GG. If you guys want to all give Tom a GG in the chat.
Tom, you're a legend, man.
Yeah,
GG.
you are absolutely a legend, Tom, and very nicely done. My goodness, my goodness. And I'm going to take these guys off the screen here, and I'm going to flip back to Dan and I talking, but very nicely done to Ivan, and congratulations for moving on in the tournament, and very nicely done to Tom as well. Very, very nice there.
Very impressed. I hate to see my good buddy Tom Smith go out, but Ivan, that was impressive.
Yes.
That was some serious.
Completely agree. I mean, that's...
I really want to ask him too. I wish we had him on audio. Like, where are your buttons, and what's
going on with
He moves
that?
so quick.
Yeah.
He's moving through the interface so quick. I actually, that's the kind of stuff that when you're teaching efficiency and you're going through tips and tricks with people, like that stuff's really valuable. Like teaching people how to be faster with as minimal clicks as possible.
Dan, man, that's such good advice. And
speaking your language, huh?
You really are. And if you go on the TooTallToby YouTube channel, you'll see that I have a series of moves. They're called power moves, and this is a lot of times what I talk about. Oops, hold on a second. I'm going to stop. Zach, I'm going to just stop you for a minute here from sharing. Just stand by just for a minute. But yeah, if you go through and you look at those power moves on the TooTallToby YouTube channel, you'll see that I posted a lot of these moves. I started that channel earlier this year when everybody went into lockdown because I knew there were a lot of people out there that were like, oh, now I got time to try SolidWorks again. Let me learn some good moves. Let me learn some best practices. And so hopefully those will help you to kind of like exactly what you said, Dan. You learn those little shortcuts, those little quick tips, those little quick moves that can save you a mouse click here, a mouse click there. And before you know it, I mean, you're up here in the finals going against Ivan in the International Multi-CAD
Worldwide
Educational Esports Championship. Really.
That's great, man.
It's all good, Zach. No. It's all good. I should have given you a heads up.
Toby, I think what you just said too is important. The whole community owes you and everybody like you a big debt, man, for keeping the SolidWorks community moving this year and engaged and learning new things. And we all had quite a year, and I think you did a lot of great stuff this year, man.
Well, it hasn't necessarily been my favorite year. Sure, a lot of people share that sentiment. Right. But I got to tell you, this is a really fun way to kind of end it. Let's have more moments like this throughout December, and we'll kind of set ourselves up. We'll rebuild that house so that when we go into January, we're like, yeah, that was solid. We had some good moments in December.
Yep.
So, all right, awesome, man. Well, that's the end of that match. Good game, and let's move on and take a look at what the bracket looks like now. So we can see that 3167 was able to move through his match against Philo Mathis. Congratulations, 3167. We can see that Clark was able to move through his match with Auxiliary Moose. Congratulations to Clark. We can see that Ivan was able to move through his match with Smitty. So congratulations to Ivan. And that brings us to our final matchup here in our first round of 8, and then we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to get right back into it with our semifinals. So let's get into our final matchup here, which is going to be between Zachary and Cam Smith. Now, keep in mind, guys, that these names were completely drawn randomly out of a hat. And I just want to kind of set the stage here. I'm going to show you guys the full screen here so that you can see what this print is going to look like. Our competitors are going to be able to see this screen as well. So I'm going to make sure that our competitors have a chance to see this screen, and we're going to make sure that once they're done seeing the screen, once they grab a screen capture of this part is called bevel washer. Once they're done grabbing this screen capture, put on a second screen, something like that, they're going to give me a signal, let me know they're ready. They're also going to share their screens. So that's Cam Smith and Zachary. They're going to share their screen. They're going to let me know. If you're at home, you can definitely play along with. You can do the screen capture as well. Let's take a look at some kind of fun facts about these two competitors. So it looks like we got Zachary, who started using SolidWorks in 2017, is a high school student and already has his CSWE. What?
I know. I don't even want to tell everybody like how long it took me to get that, so we'll skip that. But
yeah.
Nice job, Zach.
What? And he's a NASA. Oh, and he's a NASA subcontractor. Okay.
In his spare time, probably.
No problem there. And he's an Eagle Scout. Wow. Oh, and he plays Zelda. Okay.
This is the guy you were looking for.
This is what I was looking for. Yes, the Zelda player. Thank you, Zach. You're my man. I love it. Legend of Zelda, that's right. I'm more of a Link to the Past kind of guy. Maybe Link's Awakening, but, you know, I dabble in Breath of the Wild as well. Then we got, on the other side, we got none other than Cam Smith, a legend in the SolidWorks user community, co-host of Slug Me, the SolidWorks largest user group meeting ever, with the amazing Eric Beatty. Placed third in Model Mania in 2018. Served 11 years in the Navy. Also an Eagle Scout.
Awesome.
That's crazy. We got Eagle Scout versus Eagle Scout. That is so awesome. And again, these are just drawn out of a hat. Names drawn out of a hat. So
I mean, I love everything on that list about Cam, Toby, but we can't leave out that last point. He makes his own sauerkraut.
I mean, makes his own sauerkraut. Wait, why not, right?
That's amazing. I love sauerkraut.
That is awesome. All right, guys. Well, our competitors are both giving me the go-ahead. They are ready to create this part, the bevel washer. So let's get going here in 3, 2, 1, go. So here we can see they're both starting a new model here. Let me just update the names here.
I feel like this is going to be a sprint, names. Toby. This is one of those.
Update the up next. We'll get that up next taken care of in just a moment. And our part here is going to change to this bevel, which you saw the drawing. It didn't really have that many dimensions, but this is one of these parts where you really got to think through how you're going to model this thing. So it's, you know, we're always trying to decide what's our, whoops, we just lost the screen share of
Cam. We lost Cam.
Here we go. He's coming back. All right, great.
Here we go.
Little hiccup there.
Oh yeah, see Cam.
Yep.
See Zach. Okay.
So you always gotta ask yourself, what's the starting plane gonna look like? What's the starting profile gonna look like? And we can see that Zachary is taking an approach where he's modeling the side profile of the entire model. I think that's that's a strategy. I don't want to say if it's good or bad. I don't want to give away any hints or anything. Trying to let these guys have a fair competition. And it looks like, as is often the case, looks like Cam started to do the same thing, but now he's kind of backing off. You notice that?
Yeah. It looks like Zach is restarting that sketch, right? If I'm seeing Zach's screen. I think Zach and Cam's screen switched on my end, Toby. So now, switch sides, that is.
Gotcha. If you look at the top, you should see in green.
Yep.
Okay, you good?
Yep. And
okay, cool.
I'm seeing that Zach kind of went back and is
changing. You know what? I think they're switched on the main screen too.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I think
all right.
Maybe when,
all right. So I'm gonna switch it back over.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that.
Yeah. No problem. And I think again, this model I'm looking at is I'm thinking like this is just like a lightning round. Like it's a small part. There's not a lot of faces on it.
Yeah.
How quickly can you get this thing done? It's kind of like a sprint.
It looks like it should be, but sometimes these things have got some trickiness to them, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So sometimes you end up getting a little bit more than you thought you were going to get.
I'm looking at that curve, like that boss on the end, and I'm almost thinking like surfacing, like that, some sort of surface to for that cylindrical face on the end of the part. But
yeah,
it's like, what's the fastest way to get there?
Right, exactly. Because in a spot like this, you have to figure out how you're going to get that plane that you're going to be drawing from. And so that can be just a little bit tricky.
Okay. Oh, look at Cam.
And Cerberus noticed he put the axis in the sketch. That's a shout out to Cerberus for noticing that. That was pretty tricky. And Cam, thank you, Smitty's reminding us. And that's a good way to remember. Cam's using that dark background, so I think we're all in line now. And
I always try and look and see what version they're both using.
Oh yeah, what do you got for this one?
So Zach is in a student version. Cam is not. Cam's on 2020 SP4.
Okay.
I'm looking for Zach. Zach's again moving quick here. I can't catch the version, but we'll see here in a second. And that can make a slight difference in where commands are, and certainly taking advantage of newer functionality if there's any newer command.
Yeah. To a degree, I mean, it's not gonna make a huge difference, but to a degree it can.
Yeah, and I think like anything else, it's a skill in one of the skills in SolidWorks is knowing what's new and staying on top of what's new and using it.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I could talk about that. I don't want to get too distracted here.
Ooh, I touched a nerve with that one. That's good.
Oh no, I was gonna share a story. But Okay. Thanks a lot, Amos. Appreciate that. The amazing chat. I love the chat. Shout out to A Very Swell Idea. Let me know that the wins were incorrect. Appreciate that.
For Cam is look at Cam, by the way. Cam is dealing with a rebuild error here, Toby.
Okay.
We'll see if he can pull out of this.
Okay. Yep. And as soon as he said that, Zachary ended up getting a little bit of a rebuild hiccup there too. Smitty says, "Why wasn't this my part?" And Nick says, "Man, I can empathize with the panic modeling." Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I saw a cool chat before too, Toby. Somebody said, "I wish I had more CAD friends who I could send this to," because it's like you're sitting here watching this, thinking like, "God, this is so cool. Who can I send this to?"
Smitty says, "Screaming at the screen." I know Cerberus had a chat in there earlier. Said he would do it with the surface extrude and with the surface cut. I like that.
Yeah.
Surface. That's what I like.
Yeah, sure. You extend that surface, cut off the end of the model there.
Yeah, it should just be easy, right?
It should be easy, right? Yeah, easy for me. Duh.
Yeah.
I can do it.
Sometimes you get into models like this, but this is, you might look at this and think like, oh, these are just like so contrived. Who would ever do this? But it's like, these are real types of parts. These are parts that I have gotten many times in my career. People say, I need this plastic part. I need it to couple to this lower section. I need it to have an angle. No, I don't want that to be a step. I want it to be a single edge all the way across the front. And you just have to try to kind of, I almost would say, brute force your way through it. That's a saying you've heard me say lots of times. Just got to brute force your way through it.
Throw the kitchen sink at it.
Yep.
I've also heard that one before.
Look at Cam, man. That's looking...
Delete face was used heavily there, Toby. It was awesome.
Yeah. On Zachary's screen?
Actually on Cam.
On Cam? Oh, okay. I looked away for a sec.
Delete face is such a powerful command.
Yeah. I love that command.
Yeah, Zach's got that little pocket in there, right?
Yep.
You almost want to just grab that face and peel it out like a tin can.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. Just come on, instead of rolling that way, roll back the other way.
Yeah, just go over here.
Because it comes down on an angle, you're like, you just so stuck. So I see the answer that came in, but Cam, that is incorrect. So the answer that came in was 2053, and that is incorrect.
Ooh, there it is.
Okay, and let's see. It looks like he found what the issue was. And for all those of you out there, our participants are allowed to have one incorrect wrong answer. They're allowed to try one more time, and then after that, they just have to wait and see if the other person gets it. So it looks like this one is 2213 grams. That is correct. Congratulations to Cam. Very nicely fought, Zach. Very nice, awesome. Very nice effort there. That was definitely a tricky part. You guys saw that Cam ended up doing it with ultimately with a delete face, which is one way to do it. You can always get in and use surfacing to do these, but these models you can do without that. You could do it with an extrude. The trick would just be to get that kind of tombstone shape up top and extrude it, which Cam did at the end, and then you saw Cam lopped off those kind of front overhangs, and that was really the trick. Once you lop off those front overhangs, then you're good to go. So look at our chat lighting up. Just GG. Way to go, Cam. GG. You got a lot of support out there, Cam. Very nicely done. Zachary, very nicely done as well. So awesome that you're involved in all these different activities. And I'm willing to bet that when school starts again and you tell all your classmates that you were involved in educational esports world championship of 3D CAD modeling, they're just going to be so jealous. And maybe even that you won, because this is not over yet. That's just one of their matchups. So I'm going to flip this back to our view here of our next round, and we're going to see here that in our next round we're going to have a part called plunger. So you can see here that our next round is going to be called plunger. Maybe not the type of plunger that you're thinking about, but we're going to do this here. I'm going to show this full screen so that our participants have a chance to take a look at the 2D print. If you're out there and you want to kind of play along with, you are welcome to do so. You can take a screen capture of that yourself as well. Our participants are going to let us know that they are ready. And man, I just got to give again a huge shout out to Zach. Who is he's just involved in so much stuff. He's unofficially the youngest certified SolidWorks expert in the country. Third youngest in the world. So that's amazing that he's so young and that he's just crushing this software. It's just another video game for him, you know?
And back to your point a moment ago, Toby, of looking for a job, I feel like a win, even an appearance on TooTallToby's tournament is top of the resume. That goes on the very top. Above all this, above Eagle Scout and, you know, all those other things.
Right. That's got to be the top of the resume. Like, yeah, I was an NASA subcontractor too.
Yeah, I guess I did that also.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Cam has given us the heads up that he's good to go. Zach, if you're good, give me that magic letter. He's in. I'm just so impressed.
Zach keeps in that reference entities folder there, Toby? He makes this. It
Great
must
question.
be part of his template.
Maybe he'd be willing to expand that for everyone to see. Let's take a look. Let's see. I'm gonna switch over to show. What you got in there? Coordinate system.
Sorry, derail.
The coordinate system hanging out in there. No, it's good. It's good.
That's good. Good to know.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna give you guys a countdown, starting now in 3, 2, 1, go. So these guys are gonna model up a new part here. This part is called plunger. It's not a plunger like you'd see in a restroom, but it's more like what you might see in like a syringe or a cylinder, an air cylinder. You can see this plunger here. So we can see that, again, you know, whenever you have a model, you have to decide how you're going to create it. Looks like Cam is going to create it using an extruded boss feature, so kind of creating that top head. And Zach looks like he's taking more of a revolve approach. And this is often a choice you have, right?
Yep, definitely. And that was another thing we always taught, right, in Essentials in your very first modeling class, that there's no one right way to model a part. And that's one of the coolest things about SolidWorks is there's no one right way, and you could really attack this from a lot of different angles.
So a couple of questions just in the chat here real quick regarding how do you get into this tournament. This was something that we did as a leaderboard mechanism. So for about the past 2-3 months, I think we started for this tournament, we had a leaderboard running. So every Monday night we would do a live stream. We would put out a similar competition, and whoever won the competition would get a point on the leaderboard. And these 8 amazing competitors were at the top of that leaderboard when it was all said and done. And so that's how we got into this tournament. Will we do another one in the future? I don't know. It seems like people really like this one, so it's definitely a possibility.
Toby, we got a full rebuild here from Zach.
Full restart.
Approach. Full restart.
What? Oh, it looks like he abandoned the revolve. Maybe the commentary got in his head.
We should start saying like opposite things. Just throw things off.
Just do a sweep.
Do it. You have to run flow simulation on this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. And Cam's working on that Phillips head cutout at the top.
Yeah, right? If you ever look at a syringe or a certain cylinders, this is what they'll have. They'll have this kind of cross, I guess for air dissipation, or I actually don't know why it's there. Just because it looks cool, probably.
Because it looks awesome.
Because they're X-Men fans. Okay, and Zach, again, full restart. He's going back to his the natural ways.
Back to his roots.
Yeah.
He said, "That's it. I'm not listening to Toby. I'm going back."
Yeah, this is for the birds.
Cam's got a solid shape up there on screen, Toby.
Yeah.
I'm liking the way that looks.
And shout out to Corey in the chat too. Corey was in our tournament last time. He was using another CAD package as well, Fusion 360 user, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And he's been with this channel almost since the beginning of the year. So what's up, man? Great to see you out there again. Eric says, participants in the TooTallToby modeling tournament are almost as exclusive club as the number of men who have walked on the moon, which I think is an interesting comment since Zach is a NASA subcontractor and Auxiliary Moose is working on a moon satellite project. So one of them could probably let us know for sure. Confirm that. We'll let Auxiliary Moose confirm it since Zach's competing right now.
Seeing some more power trim with Cam.
Yep. So thanks, Dan. Get me back on track here.
That's okay. I got you.
Yeah. So
he's getting an error though with the revolve, and suddenly it looks like Zach's got some really solid geometry on screen.
For sure. So So it looks like now Zach's trying to figure out what's going to be the best way to approach that cross. We saw the way that Cam did it, right? He kind of made like an X-Men logo.
Right.
And we're going to see if, there's always more than one way to create that shape. So we're going to see what he comes up with. And I'm sure that right now Tom Smith is screaming at his computer, trying to tell Cam what he's doing wrong.
I know.
It just got a law. So it looks like, Cam, for those of you who aren't familiar, Cam is trying to do what's called a cut revolve. He's trying to kind of revolve this shape at the bottom to get that point at the bottom. And that was something that Zach was able to do with his original shape, with his original boss revolve. And by doing that with the original boss revolve, it looks like he was really able to save some time. It's funny how Zach was able to get that initial shape no problem, but now he's kind of struggling with that X shape going down the middle. Cam had no problem with the rest of the model, and now this little point that I'm sure he's modeled up 100 times before.
It gets everybody, right?
Yeah.
Like, why won't this sketch revolve?
Yeah, when it really matters. This is when it matters.
And these are the questions you get in tech support. Like, I've done this 1,000 times. I've been using the software for 20 years.
Right.
Why won't this thing revolve?
Why won't this one thing just work? Exactly.
And Cam's I like what he did there. Sometimes add a little bit of material just to get the sketch to go.
True. That's a pro move. Yeah. So I see Zach came in with an answer of 413 grams. That is not correct, Zach. So that's one incorrect answer. 413 grams is not correct. You want to try and take a look at your model, look at the 2D print, see if there's anything that looks really out of line. But that is not correct. The answer of 413 grams is not correct.
And fun fact about Cam as well, Toby. You mentioned he was on Model Mania stage. He I believe took third place. He has done a presentation called Maniacal Modeling Methods, so kind of helping the community understand.
Oh, we definitely got to check that out. I just want to make sure Zach heard me. Zach, I'm going to repeat that again. That 413 grams is not correct. You have the opportunity to revise your model, to look at it, to try to come up with another answer. And that opportunity, unfortunately, just closed because Cam did answer it correctly. So that was a tough spot. I hate to see you go out like that, Zach. You were so close. If you move the mass properties window, I think what you'll see is that in the mass properties window, the number, the radius of your revolves was what ended up getting you. It looked like they were a little bit big, but 430 grams from Cam Smith is correct. And I want to say that's going to give Cam the second win, and GG to Cam. Very nicely done. Very, very nicely done. And that is going to end our match between Cam and Zach. Very nicely done, Cam. Congratulations. I'm going to switch us back over to our full PowerPoint screen here. Actually, I think I'm going to switch over to our... wait, I don't really have a good transition here, so I'm just going to put this model of a bass guitar up on the screen. I hope you guys enjoy this for a second while I update the chart. So we'll just do one of these and one of these. And everybody give a GG to Zach in the chat. Very nicely done, Zach. And, of course, a GG to Cam in the chat as well. That is going to end our match, though. And it's going to end our round of 8. So I'm going to switch over to our webcams, okay, Dan?
I'm ready, man.
Okay. So... again, just everybody, thank you all so much for the support in the chat. Very nicely done. The filative revolve cuts were in the wrong spot. Mass is still the same. I think that they were too large. I think that's what the issue was on Zach's machine. Zach, his screen has kind of gone frozen here, so I'm not sure if maybe he got logged out or if he's run into any issue. But very nicely done, Zach. GG. Yep, cut was too far down. Okay, yeah, it was too big of a radius maybe, or too large there, something like that. We've all been there, like I said before, it happens. But that is going to bring us to the end of our round of 8. But we are not done for the night, guys. We're going to keep on going here, and we got our semifinals and then our finals coming up next. We are going to take a short break, but this is what the chart looks like now. So congratulations to 3167, congratulations to Clark, congratulations to Cam, and congratulations to Ivan. Dan, what are your thoughts on this?
I think it's really funny, Toby, and a couple of people in the chat have noticed this, that Cam was actually able to take advantage of the old Ivan exploit.
No kidding.
those cylindrical or cuts around the. Really, if you think about it, the height for those doesn't matter where they are.
It's true.
This is so cool.
The old Ivan exploit.
Yeah, the old Ivan exploit
comes back to haunt me again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nicely done. When that
Awesome,
air
dude.
cylinder implodes.
Yeah, I gotta tell you.
Just remember that Ivan exploit.
Yeah, this whole first round blew me away. I'm super pumped to be a part of it, and I think it really couldn't have gone any better here. And I can't wait to see the semifinals.
Yeah, we got an exciting semifinals match coming up. So great job to everyone. We're gonna take a short intermission here, a 7-minute intermission. So I'm gonna pump up the music a little bit here. I'm gonna mute my microphone so you don't hear me. I'm gonna be working on some stuff behind the scenes. And congratulations to everybody who competed so far, and congratulations to everybody who made it through to the next round. Super excited to see what happens next. So I will see you guys in 7 minutes. And remember, all of your amazing CAD friends that are out there, be sure to send this link to them. I know you might not think you have enough CAD friends, but there's probably a few that you're not thinking about.
You probably got more than you think you do.
You probably do, yeah. So on that note, I'll see you guys after the intermission.
See you soon.
"30-second warning, everybody. 30-second warning." All right. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed that intermission. Dan, I got a tasty beverage.
You as well. I have several. I have coffee. I have water.
It's good.
My son had he's working on something upstairs. He had Sharpies and scissors.
Yep, good.
That kind of scares me, but we're all good.
Good. I got a kombucha, lemon ginger.
Good. Ooh.
And I got water. And I got Waterloo.
You have any San Pellegrino?
No San Pellegrino tonight.
Oh, come on.
I do have this, though, that I was drinking earlier. I should probably just finish it just so it doesn't go to waste.
Oh. I see Clark's screen. I think Clark is...
Yeah, we don't want to share the screens yet. But see, let's just take it easy, okay?
Yeah, wow. He's really ready to go. He's like, let me at him. I'm ready.
Let me go already. I'm ready for the next one.
It's not even your round yet, Clark, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
So before we get started with this one, Dan, I mean, maybe we should just recap. You know, we started this. We started this tradition so many years ago. You know, in the Model Monday live stream this past weekend or this past week.
Hey, now we're seeing 3167.
Yeah, we're seeing 3167 screen now. As long as they don't both share, it shouldn't hijack us. But really, neither of you guys need to share yet.
They're just ready. I love this. They're like chomping at the bit here.
And let us know, of course, in the chat if our audio is good. But yeah, I mean, we started this journey like so many years ago when we were at Prism Engineering. Shout out to Prism Engineering. Double shout out tonight. Shout out to John and Lynn Yule. They were kind enough to message me about this event, so maybe they're out there watching tonight.
Nice.
But it was so long ago we started doing these kind of monthly webinars for our customers. Yeah, kind of rolled that into an official tournament, official like a modeling challenge. Remember in the beginning it was a word scramble. It was an anagram.
Yes, I do remember.
And then we changed it over to a modeling challenge. And now this whole year we've been doing this modeling challenge again. You've been a guest on the show several times on Model Monday Live. So thank you, of course, for all your support. It's been
no problem, man. I'm happy to be here. And I really meant what I said before, that I think the community is pretty small, right? Relatively speaking, the SolidWorks community compared to the whole world, the people who are really keeping it moving this year and pumping content out there and getting the community together in a year where that's so hard to do, it's a pretty short list, and you're top of that list, man. So I think the whole community really appreciates it.
Well, you're too kind, and you as well. You know, I know you are now the SWGN manager, the Worldwide SolidWorks Users Group manager.
Yes, I am. And I'm just now realizing that in your bio, you put SWGN enthusiast, which is awesome.
That's what I am. I love the SolidWorks community. What can I say?
I really appreciate that.
I mean, I really do. I really love the SolidWorks community. I'm very excited about what's coming next from Deso with regards to the cloud-based solutions. But I also, I think the SolidWorks community is so amazing. And so, shout out to everybody in that amazing community. I'm so happy to be a part of it. I'm so happy to help support it in any way I can. And in this case, it's just been a year of a lot of tech tips and tricks, especially to help people who maybe are at home for the first time, using SolidWorks again for the first time in a long time. So I love the user group community. And you, as the manager of the user group, worldwide manager of the user groups, maybe sometime you can get me a spot in some of these user groups doing presentations.
I'd love to. I've already had you there talking directly to the group leaders, one of which was Cam and Eric in the chat, which was awesome.
And Steve. And he's in the chat too.
Yep, and Steve. And we need to do more of that, because I think, you and I spent so many years in tech support working directly with users, like one-on-one, as close as it gets, directly with everyday power SolidWorks users. And that's what these guys are. That's what these people are. They're the same people. I think you and I know the level of respect that we have for those type of people. And I almost look at this as like a position of servitude to some extent, because I want to serve the community here, right?
I really get it.
And yeah, man, the more we can get you in front of user groups, and the more that we can work with individual groups, and like this type of content is this type of stuff people want to see. So
I love it, man. I love being able to get out there and ultimately kind of make the world a better place, really, and just kind of try to help out a little bit here and there. It's kind of cool. Like, I actually was having a conversation with Amos earlier today about the idea of like what makes this user group so special, and I'm going to answer that question in just a moment. But before I do, I just want to say to everybody in the chat, let us know what you're drinking out there. If you had a chance on that intermission to go and get a drink, let us know. I saw a couple people already saying what they're drinking, but let us know for sure what you're drinking, because we're very
shout out to Temple.
Very curious. Shout out to Temple, yeah. But I mean, I was just I was thinking to myself, what makes the community so special, the SolidWorks community, and you think of that like kind of quintessential, almost like a cliche example of the person who's at the SolidWorks World Conference with a SolidWorks tattoo, right? Sporting a SolidWorks tattoo. Yep. What drives that level of enthusiasm? And I honestly believe that a big part of it is the fact that we are legitimately changing the world. Like, sure. It's not I love video games. I would never talk bad about video games, but it's not like we're just playing video games here. Like, the tips and tricks that we're sharing could inspire someone or give someone the tools they need to create a new heart valve, or a vehicle that creates less pollution, or a way of cleaning some of the trash that exists in this world. Like, there could be one little loft that makes the difference, one little loft in one little part that goes into a 1,000-part machine that ends up cleaning all of the pollution from, a dump, or from all the water from a polluted lake.
I couldn't agree more, Toby. That's something in our many years in the reseller space, and certainly now directly for SolidWorks, there's really no better opportunity to work with so many different users and be able to impact so many little things that really all add up to one big change.
Completely agree.
So it's a big opportunity, and
it's awesome, man. So happy to be part of this community. Yeah. And shout out to Chris. Chris says Chris has a question here, very important question in the chat. He says, what Wait, I gotta find this question. No, I lost it. Here it is. It says, Toby, should I get a t-shirt or a hoodie? I can't decide. Oh man, Chris, what a great question. In fact, it reminds me of a little holiday card that I put together with my family. And Dan, I'm sorry you can't see this, but you've already seen this photo here. So let me just drop this on the screen here, a little family photo. Happy holidays to everyone. There you can see my whole family all sporting these shirts. And that is a good looking crew of people, I gotta say.
Seen the picture. It's a handsome bunch.
Very good looking crew of people. So if you guys want to see what each of these things look like, you can take a look there at that family photo. I hope that gives you guys all a nice smile and that you guys are ready to roll into your holidays with that beautiful looking group of people. All right, Dan, I think that's enough yapping up from us. We are now in the semi-finals. So we're in the semifinals of this tournament, this TooTallToby Winter Edition tournament. And what that means is that the people who are competing in this tournament were able to go through and compete every Monday night. Every Monday night we had this stream. Hold on, I'm just trying to subtly adjust my audio here. Every Monday night we were able to, these guys really are enjoying this photo. I hope this gives you guys a happy holidays. I'm going to mail this out to everyone who's in the chat so you guys get a physical copy of it. Every Monday night we do this live stream, and during the live stream you have the opportunity to compete with other people in the chat. So instead of giving you the print and letting you look at it for a little while, I just show it and you guys immediately have to start modeling it, and whoever gets the answer correct drops it into the chat. That's the person who wins the point, gets on the leaderboard, and ultimately gets into this tournament. And now we're at the semifinals, and I'm cooking down here, so I'm gonna take off my sweatshirt here. You can see I'm sporting the
how did I not get one of those
classic design
for this live stream? I feel like, that's
I know I should have set you up, bro. I'm sorry.
No, it's on me for not buying one ahead of time. I knew about this.
Oh man. Well, it's all right. Well, you can just pretend that you have one or green screen it in. There you go. Now you guys can see what this thing looks like live and in action. All right, enough of this talk. I just was getting really hot there, getting ready for the semifinals matchup. So as we saw last episode, our competitors who made it through here were 3167 and Clark Schaefer in the left bracket, and these guys are now going to go head to head. So if 3167 and Clark Schaefer are ready, I'm going to change this to full screen so that you guys can see the print. This one is called TP Holder. And I'm going to tell you guys that this is a toilet paper holder. So this is a little bit of a, we're stepping it up now. We're in the semifinals. It's not just bosses and extrudes anymore. Although you probably could do this. Well, I don't want to say.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything. I'm not going to say anything.
I'm not even going to talk this time. I'm just going to let these guys model.
Yeah. I wish we could hear pipe in audio tracks for what's being said in their brains.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is intense. I don't have a cool little fact sheet this time around. I'm just letting these guys get ready. They're going to tell me when they're ready. We're going to see here in just a moment. We're going to have I'm just going to set up something here, Dan. Can you just talk to the audience for a second?
Yeah, because what I'm really thinking, if anybody out there has seen The Hangover, where Zach Galifianakis is playing blackjack and there's numbers and calculations flying around his head, and it looks great. That's what I'm picturing. Absolutely Tom Smith. That's what I picture when I see Tom Smith modeling parts, but I'm sure that's the same. That's the same for everybody here.
Well, I completely agree. I think you're absolutely spot on. That is in fact what's going to be happening here. Yeah. All right, I got the go ahead from Clark, and I got the Clark's guy's initials up there. It says CHS. I was thinking something else when he said that. I was thinking, who's that? All right, and we got 3167 giving me the go-ahead. These guys are both good. So we're going to switch over to their competition, and these guys are going to get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
These guys are both using educational versions, EDU versus EDU.
Oh, dang. Dan, you really are on that.
I am. As a tech support guy, I can't help but notice the little graduation cap symbol at the top of the park tree.
Gotcha. That's that educational watermark.
I'm looking too. I'm trying to refresh my memory on what years they're using. And those are the things I find interesting.
And Alna says he's got a really cool idea how to model this one. So yeah, this is something that it's kind of oriented strange here. I decided to make it vertical so that you know, it wouldn't take up too much of the actual modeling area. But this is from a toilet paper holder. So it's it's got like a weight on the bottom. And the thing is, you've got this kind of curve and a curve going on here. And so you can see we've got on the right, Clark is going after this, almost like modeling it like it's a skateboard. He can just do it. He can just visualize it and do it in space. On the left, we can see that 3167 is taking a different approach where he's kind of laying it out a little bit more, using features to lay this out. So this is really interesting. The other thing that's kind of tricky about this part is the way that the dimensions are created. When you look at the actual print, you'll see that the dimensions are not where you need them to be. This will happen a lot when you're in manufacturing and you're wire bending or you're tube bending. A lot of times the radius will be on the outside of the material, but you really need it at the center of the material when you're sweeping it. So that can definitely lead to some challenges trying to figure out where the heck are those dimensions actually supposed to be. Clark is using tools I've never seen in my life. I never have seen that like 3D sketch where it makes a disc out in space.
Yeah. And Toby, it's like what you described a moment ago, because it almost does look like a skateboard deck. So if you were to model a 3D skateboard deck with the right dimensions and then just use the edges, God, this is crazy.
So crazy. Well, Dan, let me just tell you, since we're talking about it, if you ever have the desire to model a skateboard deck, I do have a live stream here on this channel where I model a skateboard deck live. So if you ever want to see how I would do it, you can see it.
I know that model very well.
Tom given an answer in the chat. He says E equals MC squared. That's a nice insider tip there. Gotta do those formulas. So we can see here that 3167, you know, laying it out, fighting exactly that issue that I mentioned a moment ago, which is a lot of times you have to kind of figure out, okay, this thing is here. This dimension's going to the top. Where is that dimension actually supposed to be?
This is like a battle of 3D sketch versus 2D sketch.
Tom says the screaming continues. He's got some ideas of how to model this thing.
See, those calculations are flying around his head and he's doing crazy stuff.
Yep. I'm loving this chat from everybody. Kim says, "Go Clark." You got a fan out there. Many fans, actually. I shouldn't just say one. All right, so here we go. So we can see that this is another one of these prints where like the print really didn't have that many dimensions on it. I mean, I can actually count them. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's only 8 dimensions on this print. And yet it is the first print in the semifinals for a reason. This is meant to kind of give them a little bit of brain freeze.
You know what's kind of messing with me on this model too, Toby, is where those bends are. That there's no tangency lines there. There's no separation there. There's no separation of faces.
In the print? Yeah. Or even on the model, the model that's up on the screen. I mean, that's a little trick you can do with your view settings. I did want to show it, though, as a way of saying, like, hey, this is supposed to be tangent, you know? But as always with these models, I mean, there's kind of like an obvious way that you could do it, but then of course there's also some other ways that you can do these types of things. You know, like a lot of times, I mean, I don't want to say too much because these guys are both still working through it, but we could kind of talk about it at the end.
And there's that skateboard kind of shape from 3167.
Yep.
And that's again what my brain keeps kind of trying to go back to. Tom says the same thing. I too noticed the missing tangents.
Oh, he's right there with you, huh?
Yeah. See, Tom and I, right? I mean, intellectually, we're probably pretty, similar. Just kidding.
I think, it's been a real pleasure knowing Tom over these years. And I'm glad for all the memories. We were talking a little bit earlier about some of the memories we had, some of the great times we've had at SolidWorks World.
One of my favorite Tom Smith memories, when you and I built a 3D printed flying drone, legitimate.
Yep.
We built it and printed it and made some pretty awesome models. It never flew right, though. I couldn't get it to fly right. And I gave it to Tom. He plugged it into my laptop, and within minutes, it was hovering dead level.
Yeah.
Not moving at all.
Yeah.
And that was pretty awesome.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so we can see here that our...
This is crazy, Toby. So Clark has kind of gone back to 2 2D sketches.
Yep.
Abandoned the 3D sketch. And that's honestly where 3167 is as well. Two 2D sketches. Because your first reaction with a model like this, I'm going to throw a 3D sketch at this. Done. I'll be done in a second. And then you're right that the dimensions and what you need to know isn't quite there.
Yeah, it can kind of force you into almost like a full reset. Mm-hmm. Trying to come up with what's the best way to create something like this. And this is definitely what is what happens in the real world. Somebody comes to you and they're like, hey, can you model this up? It's like a simple curve. Just a curve with a bend in it. Can you just model this up for me? And you're like, hey, yeah, no problem. What are the dimensions? They give you the dimensions, and you're like, all right, let's. Oh wait, what do I got to do again? And it can definitely be very, 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 very much of a struggle.
Power trim action. Shout out to my wife for getting our son in bed on her own. Thank you.
Nice.
Honey.
Nice. That's a pro move right there.
It's a pro move.
I am going to throw a clock on these guys. So we're going to throw a 5-minute clock on these guys. We'll give them 5 more minutes just to make sure that if they have a chance, they can get this thing. This is one of these models where, like, once you get it, it's going to just kind of come together pretty quickly. So I think 5 minutes is enough time. So let me drop in.
Toby.
Yep.
The legendary projected curve has just been used.
Love projected curve.
I know. Oh my golly. Look at that thing.
Oh, I don't even need to put the clock on, huh? Well, we'll see.
Projected curve is one of those things, right? Let's see where this comes in at. I'll shut up for a second.
So the correct answer is it looks to me like let me just take a look here. So it looks to me like 3167 put in the answer at 0.567, right? Which rounds to 0.57. The correct answer is 0.55 with plus or minus 0.02. So he does make it within the tolerance, barely. Right within the tolerance. So that is officially a win. Very nicely done. 3167. You earned that one, man. That was a grind.
And that's projected curve. It's like it jumps out and bites you at the last second. Oh, projected curve. I can do that.
Very nicely done.
That was a great model, man. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was cool, man. So GG to Clark and GG to 3167 who earns that win. I'll drop that win dot on there for you. And that's going to allow us to move back to the PowerPoint. Very nicely done. Looks like he's going to save that model. It's so important to him. Nope, he hit don't save. Okay. Doesn't even care. I thought that was going to be like, he was going to save it, 3D print it. Nope, he just, okay. Here we go. Let's go on to the next round here. All right, so in our next round here, we can see that 3167 is going to go up against Clark once again. This one is called T215 Support Bracket. So let me bring this up here on screen, give you guys a chance, give our competitors a chance to grab a screen capture of this model. Don't start creating it yet. That was a misspeak. Of course, if you're playing along at home, you can do the same thing. You can grab a screen capture. Once you've got the screen capture, once you've got it on your second screen, let me know. Give me the indication. Draw up your letter. All right. And Ricardo is cheering you on, 3167. So you got a fan out there. That's awesome. Welcome, Ricardo. Welcome to the party. And Nick cheering you on. Truly a good sport. Philomathus. All right, we got our competitors. They're going to let me know that they are ready.
See, this model has the Ivan exploit prevented.
You noticed that, huh? Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Dan. You got to always be looking out for that Ivan exploit. Every time you see a model like this, Ivan, you know.
I have an exploit for the win.
I have an exploit for the win. Okay. But nice. All right. Both of our competitors are ready to go. So we're going to get started here in 3, 2, 1, go. So let me change this to the appropriate. This looks kind of like from an anime, one of the little spirits that would be running around.
Yeah. see here. Yeah, it looks like Zach's or Clark's going to try and get a little bit more in that first sketch. 3167 is just going with the basic circle in the first sketch. Oh, going back into the sketch.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a very important decision, right? When you decide what that first profile is going to look like. When you decide, am I going to model the whole thing? Am I going to model just a quarter of it? Am I going to include the holes in that first sketch, or am I going to save them for later? I mean, there is kind of like a general best practice that we teach students when we're doing essentials, but when it comes to models like this, it's like you just got to kind of use your experience. As Tom Smith likes to say, if you want to be really fast at SolidWorks, all you need is 23 years of experience.
That's it. That's all you need.
That's it. And then you're good.
This super powerful brain.
Looks like the mask from Crash Bandicoot. Yes. Official TTT. That's what I was trying to think of. Yeah, or like a tiki mask. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to think of.
Toby, did you see the Sonic the Hedgehog movie?
Yeah, I liked it.
So good, man. It's
Yeah.
great. It's really brings back a lot of good memories of playing that game.
Yeah, for sure. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was kind of a rip-off with the, the whole scene when he was in his cave. It was a lot like X-Men with Quicksilver.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
But whatever, I'm not a movie critic. I never directed a movie, so.
Yeah.
I did direct a music video once, if you guys ever want to watch that, about fully defining your sketches every time.
I've seen it. It's pretty good.
Very, very important. I think you probably took some of the photos that I used in that.
I don't want any credit for that.
All right, so we can see here Clark has got this model looking down from the top. He's doing a great job of getting this, all in the right spot. 3167 is also in great shape here with this model. Got that, that main shape. They both kind of have the main shape, but it looks like Clark has got that lower cut taken care of as well as that upper boss. So it looks like he's ahead a little bit right now, but as you know, Dan, this can turn on a dime.
Yeah, and I also noticed with at least once or twice here on 3167, he's using the search at the top for commands.
Oh.
And for some people, if it depends on how you have it set it up, if you just hit S, it puts you right into search. And if you just know the name of the command you're looking for, MIR, mirror, and then hit enter, right into the mirror command. So,
wow. Yeah,
if you're like Toby, I know you're super fast on the keyboard. If you're super quick, that might be a quick way to move through the software.
What makes you say that? I'm super fast on the keyboard because of all those tech support cases you'd hear me typing.
Yeah, I've seen you type. you type a keyboard like you strum the bass, man. It's pretty
Wow.
Or I'm sorry, is the right term slap the bass? Is that?
I like slap of the bass, yeah.
Okay, slap the bass.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You are so kind. All right, so we can see here. Looks like Clark has those fillets. Looks like he's. Thought for a second there he was considering.
Yeah, big cut extrude there. I love that. So yeah, okay, perfect.
Through both directions, like a surface cut. Yeah, that was a pro move.
Yeah.
That was nice. 3167.
Yep.
So instead of having to sketch an entire profile, he just sketched kind of the open line, and then did a through all cut, which gave him basically a surface cut.
And same thing in Zach, like on Zach's screen, or on Clark's screen, or I keep saying Zach. On Clark's screen, same thing. He just searched for Whole Wizard, launched it from there, right into Whole Wizard.
Oh, dang.
He's checking it, Toby. We might be there. Let's see.
These guys know, huh?
Yeah, they know.
Wow.
They know.
HL Good Cat giving a shout out to Davey504. He says, slap of the like button.
The left of that like button. I like that.
All right, and looks like Clark has submitted an answer of 1.247 pounds, which is exactly the right answer.
On the money.
So we go 1-1 in this matchup. Wow. GG to Clark and GG to 3167. Very nicely done from both of you. And we get to move into the third model of our semifinal matchup, of our first semifinal matchup. So very nicely done to both of our competitors. Man, this is tight. This is definitely getting tight here.
Shout out to Dawn. Dawn says Jim Carrey was amazing in Sonic.
There you
And I
go.
agree.
Shout out
He
to
was
Dawn.
like-
Yeah.
yeah, thanks, Dawn. I agree.
Yeah, he was good. We didn't even know he was in it, and then we saw him. And we were like, "Wow, there's Jim Carrey."
Yeah,
It was crazy.
Evil Jim Carrey.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Here we go,
guys. Next, straight into it. We're not stopping. This train don't stop. I keep forgetting I have those great facts about our competitors. I'll show them this time. All right, guys. Great job, 23167. Great job, Clark. Well played. Here we go. Going into round 3. The plot thickens, says Ricardo. Here's your 2D print, guys. You guys can take a moment and grab a screen capture of this print. You can let me know when you're ready. This one's called Drawbar Pivot. You can see that this one has a tolerance on it, giving you guys a little bit of a wiggle room. Plus or minus 5 grams. Not too much when you consider it's plain carbon steel, and the answer is in 4 significant places, but at least a little bit. Milton says that was a great round. I completely agree.
Yeah, man.
These guys were neck and neck the whole time. So while they're letting me know, while they're getting ready and let me know if they're ready, let's just take a look at the side-by-side stats here. So we got 3167 started using SolidWorks 2012. Clark started using it in 2016 while he was doing FSAE. Clark rides motorcycles, right? 3167 can solve a Rubik's Cube in 15 seconds, but has a personal best of 9.99. What's your PB on a Rubik's Cube, Dan?
I've never actually finished one, but do you remember when our coworker Brad would just walk around the office, like while talking to you, would solve one, like while mid-sentence?
I do. Yes, that's what I think 3167 is doing. He's probably doing it right now.
Yeah.
While he's waiting for us to stop yapping.
It's cool that Clark is also Formula SAE. I am as well, and definitely that was a really cool thing to be a part of. It's like building a race car from the ground up with someone else's funding, and getting to do it on your own time in college. Definitely a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely a pretty amazing experience, right?
Yeah, and you take it all the way through, even accounting for cost, accounting. You know, you have to do a full presentation on the car and understand every square inch of it. It was, and be able to present it and talk about it. You know, very, very cool.
Very cool stuff. All right, guys. Well, here we go. We're gonna move on here. We're gonna take a look at our competitors. They've given me the all clear. They are ready to go. So let's do this in 3, 2, 1, go. So here we can see that our new model looks like this. And as always, I mean, it's always kind of the same challenge. It's always that same, like, where am I going to start with this thing? This looks like something that would hang from the ceiling. Maybe you'd hang, I don't know, a crane from it, or punching bag. It looks like a punching bag bracket to me.
Heavy bag?
Heavy bag bracket. There you go.
Hitting the old heavy bag.
Just hitting the old heavy bag. So you can see here, man, Clark just tore into this thing. I looked away for just a second, and
yeah.
You can see how when you know how to rip around that outside perimeter, and you know how to kind of, you know, create those tombstone shapes. Like, this is something where people often say to me, oh, you know, you're teaching people bad habits, you're just teaching people how to, you know, how to quickly get through it, but they're not being accurate. But it's like, no, I'm really trying to teach them both, because if you learn how to do a tombstone, like, you use that all the time, mechanical engineering. If you learn how to quickly draw a circle and fully define it, use that all the time, mechanical engineering.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of one of the very first parts in Essentials, right? When you're doing that part with the cutouts in it and their tombstone shapes, and teaching someone to go to make a line, make another line, and go back and touch that point again to turn it into a tangent arc. The first time somebody sees that, they're always like, what? That's amazing.
Yeah, the tombstone part. I remember it.
Thanks, Toby.
Yeah, I remember the tombstone part, bro. I was just watching to see what 3167 is going to do with this. He's got himself in a little bit of a pickle here. You see this?
A little bit of pickle.
A little bit of pickle. Oh, he's doing a control drag to get copies. That's a great move there.
I love control drag. I love that works across Windows, no matter what you're doing.
Yeah, for sure.
In PowerPoint, in Outlook, in SolidWorks.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
It's so good. It's and that's the thing. It's like a lot of times you learn these shortcuts in SolidWorks, and then you're able to use them in other spots. You know, and that's what kind of makes it cool. I'm trying to get something behind the scenes ready here, so I'm gonna be leaning on you to kind of keep the chat moving.
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yeah, talking to you, bro.
If I'm looking at these two side by side, and Clark is already onto that second profile, which is interesting. And again, as somebody creating this part, you're deciding where to start and what feature to begin with. and that's funny. You create it and it ends up going the wrong direction.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to talk while we're watching because it's just like such a.
It is.
It's so cool to watch. This is like, this is what everybody likes to see. They like to see people who are really fast, like kind of revealing a little bit, like peeling back the curtain a little bit.
That saying is seeing how the sausage is made, right?
Yeah. Cam knows, right? Or no, that's sauerkraut.
Sauerkraut. That's completely different.
Okay, all right. Sorry. Either way, I'm sure Cam knows.
They're both still using search though, which I find so funny. Like I can't say I've ever seen like using search at the top. Like I use search in Windows all the time. You press a window key and search.
Sure.
But not in the software itself. That's awesome.
Yeah, that really is cool.
Okay, so 3167 is now kind of, I'll just say a little bit more aligned with with where Clark was.
Yeah.
But man,
and those bosses going up the side there that Clark just got to, those where I knew those were going to give our competitors a little bit of heartache.
Yeah, and I like how they're offset a little bit. Like they're not the main part.
Yeah, you got to it's for strengthening reasons. When you cast that thing, that'll really strengthen it.
For strengthening reasons.
It's for strengthening reasons, yes.
Look at the precision too on 3167. He's got a lot of decimal points there.
So you can see here, it looks like Clark is going to go with the create these features first, and then I'm assuming he's going to try to mirror that across to the other side. We're going to see what he comes up with here.
It is all one solid body right now. Okay,
interesting. Yep. We'll see how this works out. You and me knew that something like that might happen. Oh, nice.
There you go. There you go.
In a pinch, he was able to get through there.
Yeah.
And I like that use of the S key. I love the S key.
Yep.
Extra points for doing the S key.
Extra points.
And then you do that kind of one final spin of the model to make sure that everything is looking good. And it looks like Clark is going to be a little high. Oh, I shouldn't say. Clark is not correct. 3494 is not correct. It's high. Some number under there. I probably shouldn't have said that, but 3494 is not correct.
I'm just reading through the comments here as well. Unbelievable.
Okay.
You wonder too, like, does exhaustion play into this? If you're modeling like this is the fourth or fifth or sixth model for these guys now, right?
It's got to be so intense, right?
Yeah.
Fatigue, right? Modeling fatigue.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, so it looks like Clark figured out what he was missing.
Okay.
3176 is also not correct. Oh man.
What happens now, Toby?
So now Clark can no longer answer. So Clark can no longer answer. He's still missing something. He can certainly go back through his model and maybe try to figure out what he missed. But that is, I'm just making sure here, 3176. That is not correct. And it is not correct. Yeah, just confirming.
Okay.
So he's going to go through his model. He's going to try to see if he can figure out what he did. But at this point, it's basically up to 3167.
If he can get a right answer, he's got two shots, right?
He's got two shots. That's right.
Can get a right answer in there.
We'll have to put a clock on him at some point. Maybe I'll give him like 10 minutes from now. I think that's reasonable. So we're gonna do 10 minutes from now. I'm running the clock right now.
Man,
actually, you know what? Let's make it suspenseful. I'll throw a clock on the screen.
Nothing like modeling apart with the entire world watching.
Yeah, it's all you.
We know one thing. The answer is not 3167.
That's true, yeah. The answer is not 3167. Yeah, I just want to make sure Right, 31. He said 3176. That is also not correct. Yeah.
This is the one you're saying is not 3167.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm trying to get this clock going.
Okay.
You're doing great.
This is one of those moments where the crowd is waiting with
Yeah,
breath.
yeah. We're gonna get back into commentary here in just a minute, won't I? Okay. So I'll roll this forward here to
3167 is close.
go. So we're gonna drop a clock on 3167 here.
Might not need it. Let's see.
So 3167 answers 3185.5 grams, and the correct answer is 3190, which is within the plus or minus 5 gram tolerance. Wow. Wow. Man, oh man, oh man. Clark, did you? Clark 3190, yeah. Yep, you got it. 3190 is correct, but it is plus or minus 5. You can see that on the print. And he got it with barely any wiggle room, but 3167 within spec is within spec, and very nicely done. GG, GG. Wow. I'm gonna stop the screen sharing. I'm gonna jump back to you and me together there, Dan. But wow, wowzers.
Toby, what a wild arrangement of scenarios here that are playing out tonight. You know, everyone is different.
Man,
everyone is well fought and not a landslide. You know?
Not too many sweeps tonight.
No.
Man, very well done. 3167, congratulations on the win. That was tight. And Clark, that was a real heartbreaker, bro. Man, so close. Just that one little mix-up, and very nicely done, though. Everybody give Clark a GG for getting through that. I'm going to just update I'm going to switch this to just us on camera so I don't inadvertently show an upcoming contest. Okay. If I show it to Ivan or Zach, they might just model it up.
With their brains.
If I give them a split second, they'll probably model it up with their brains. That's how good they are. So 3167 moves into the finals. Very nicely done, 3167. And we're going to find out who your competitor is next. Let me just put this over here. So, yeah, that's where I wanted it. Okay, cool. All right, cool. So I'm going to switch this over so we can see. So everybody's just giving out their GGs. Andrew Gross in the chat. What's up, Andrew? I saw you in here earlier. Didn't get a chance to say hello. Veteran Bicycle, welcome to the party. Milton is here again. Says, wow, that was an even better round. So awesome.
Did we confirm there at the end what Clark was missing, Toby? Did we?
I didn't get a chance to see. No, I was looking.
I didn't either.
Yeah, I was intently watching 3167. Clark, if you want to let us know in the chat what you were missing there, what it ultimately was. Had the right tombstone set wrong.
Okay.
When the right tombstone is wrong, that's a good country song. Miss that teensy 15 millimeter. Oh man, brutal. All right, well, hey man, GG, well fought, and yep, that's exactly it. All you can do. This thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
So very nicely done, and we got another amazing matchup coming at you here. We got Ivan, who is a users group leader, against Cam, who is a users group leader. Users group leader versus users group leader. Dan, these are two of your people.
Two of my peeps.
Who are you going to be rooting for?
I mean, that's saying, you know what? I support all user group leaders, regardless of their current position in said CAD modeling competition. Is that a safe answer? Is that good?
Ivan in the chat is saying go at Cam Smith, so it looks like Ivan is rooting for Cam.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a power move.
I can tell you,
that's not the right people.
What you mentioned earlier with Cam doing Slug Me was an awesome event. So yeah, I do have to give a shout out to that. And
shout out to Slug Me.
They're planning some really cool stuff for 2021 as well. So we'll see. But Slug Me was pretty awesome this year.
3167 in the chat. Maybe you can let us know how you feel after that matchup. That was that went as far as it could go. You know, a loss, a win, and then the other user kind of topping out, missing it with both guesses. The whole world watching you. How did that feel? Let us know in the chat.
How did that feel?
We're all curious about how that felt.
And Tom's calling me out. Oh man, make Dan pick a favorite. I won't, Tom.
Okay.
That's why I only had one kid. I can't pick favorites. You know.
I'm gonna say what Eric says, which is I'm rooting for a users group leader to win.
Yeah.
3.67 says hands shaking. Yeah, I'm sure.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, awesome.
Like, that's a real thing. We have to say fatigue and all that stuff. That's got to be a real thing here. Once you're that many models in.
It's a marathon, man.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And we've been there. We, getting ready for like what's new events. This is how it feels.
Yep, speed modeling.
And what's up, Beverly? Thanks for tuning in. Welcome. Just the whole internet watching. Yeah, just everybody in the world watching you.
Just the whole internet watching.
All right, guys. You're about to see my favorite model of this whole contest.
Oh.
Yep. This is a special one. This one's called Interlock. So I'm going to flip over to full screen here. You guys can start getting your screens ready to share. And I'm going to put this up on the screen now so you can grab a screen capture of this. If you're at home and you want to play along with, see if you can finish this model faster than our pro competitors, you can grab a screen capture and then wait for me to give the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. That's not the countdown. That was just me saying what the countdown will sound like when the time comes. And then when that occurs, you can try and model it yourself, see if you can come up with the answer. Now, don't answer in the chat. We don't want to ruin it for our competitors. But our competitors are going to be sharing their screen. So Cam and Ivan are going to both be sharing their screen, letting me know that they are ready. And while they're doing that, I'm going to just take a look at the tail of the tape here. So Cam started using in 2012, and he did 11 years in the Navy and placed third in Model Mania 2018. And Ivan, he mainly works with sheet metal and weldments. So that's how he got so fast, I guess.
I appreciate that he appreciates a good brew as well, beans or hops. I got to say,
awesome.
For me, that's pretty much, I really only need beans or hops to survive.
That's all you need, yeah.
That's all I need.
I'm gonna hold on while we're waiting for Ivan to share his screen. I'm gonna flip back to the webcams, Dan, just for a second, because I gotta give a personal shout out here. So you can see that Beverly says she's Cam's mom. Hold on a second, Ivan. Now that I got you here, I'm gonna stop you. Beverly says she's Cam's mom, and brother's family is all here too. And right at that same time, none other than Bob Schnars, the elder Schnars, logged in and said, "What's up?" So we got families logging in. We got the whole world logging in and watching. So yeah, welcome everyone. Thank you all so much. What's up, Dad? Shout out to Dad. How you doing?
The entire internet is watching.
The whole internet is watching this. Yeah, we're gonna break the internet tonight. So all right, with that, go ahead, Ivan. Share your screen again. I'll flip over to the PowerPoint. We got a good competition coming up here. All right, Ivan, let me know if you want to write your letter I. Let me know that you're ready. And if you want to play along with from home, just wait for me to give that countdown. A very swell idea says, Toby invented all these parts. Not invented, just kind of refined them so they would be good for this competition. Lots of walking around the house with a caliper modeling stuff, that's for sure. All right. All right, cool. Here we go. 2 SolidWorks experts going head-to-head. You guys ready for this? I'm going to start the countdown in 3, 2, 1, go. So I'll have to change a little bit with the overlays here. Let's see. And neither of those people are correct. So Dan, just cover for me for a minute. The clock doesn't need to be on there. This is just a mess.
Like they both started a new part, plain carbon steel, getting the material right out of the gate. Once again, seeing Ivan's unbelievably bare screen with no commands on it whatsoever.
Yeah, really.
Still haven't figured that out, but that's awesome. And they chose different profiles to kind of start with here too, which is again just to see how two different people model the same part is just a constant reminder there's no one right way, right?
Yeah, for sure.
There's an infinite number of ways to model this part.
And no wins.
Cool, Toby.
I almost have this. This is my favorite part, man, so I'm glad that I'm done setting up the scene. Okay. All right, so here we go. So
I do like this part too, this interlock.
Thank you. Yeah, this is definitely one that I was excited to see how these guys would do it. I'm super excited to see Cam with that dark mode, Ivan with no toolbars. All right, so they're both.
I have to ask as well, Toby. Did you apply the exploit factor to those inside faces?
You like that? They're drafted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No gimmies here.
Yeah.
What's the mass of this in XXX grams and no tolerance? So
no tolerance.
Good luck. So you had said I can't see Cam's screen, but you saw it. Did Cam start out with the base plate on the bottom?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's got that first feature by itself down there.
Okay. And then Ivan is doing the left side plate.
Yeah.
And these guys are so good. I mean, they can hear us talking, but I'm sure that what we're saying doesn't factor in at all.
Yeah. I mean, to listen to me would be a bad idea.
They're like, okay, Dan. They're like, yeah, this is SolidWorks.
Yeah, this looks like Solid. Hey, this looks like SolidWorks.
Remember we used to do that?
Oh yeah, sure do.
Go on site as like a We'll talk about that later.
SolidWorks.
Hey, I know SolidWorks. Yeah, good times.
We would just walk around to random users' desks that were using Solid. Hey, I know that.
And then later they'd like be in our tips and tricks and wonder, like, are these the same guys?
Aren't you the guy who wandered through our office earlier? Yeah.
Could barely recognize the software. Yeah, same guy.
Yeah,
Okay, all right. I like this. This is interesting. Now look, take a look at Cam's screen.
I know, and that's.
Hey now.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I like that. So SolidWorks thought he was doing thin feature because he had the multiple closed contours that were overlapping, but Cam was able to go in and say, no, that's not what I want.
All in one command, and like not freaking out, not panicking because the feature looks wrong.
Right. Just keeping it nice and solid.
Yep.
And Ivan, I don't know if you saw, but he did like a mirror. Like, what did he do there? That's so cool.
It's almost like a right hand. It almost would be like what a right hand version is, right? Or where the. Oh, he's just.
And now he's just gonna look how smooth that sketch goes right up through.
What?
When he crossing selected it and symmetried it, so he only has to put on the one dimension, and he knows that it's gonna be that 6-degree draft on both sides. That's
he's like, exploit this, Toby. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Wow. That was very, very impressive.
Those last few steps there were very impressive. That was nice.
However,
not far off.
Ivan answers 232.59 grams. That is incorrect. Incorrect. That is an incorrect answer. So there's something wrong on that model. So that's interesting.
It's interesting, and it's interesting that Cam is not far behind. Once again, you have a race on your hands here.
For sure. So now Ivan's going to go through the process of looking at all of his dimensions, comparing those dimensions to the 2D print, and try to figure out which one went out of line there. And I didn't get to see closely what he was doing, so I can't tell you which one it was.
Those interior faces freak me out too. Those drafted interior faces.
Sure.
I guess cutting them is definitely one way to go, but you could, in theory, use drafts, right?
Cam Smith comes in with an answer of 227 grams. That is the correct answer.
Wow.
So that is spot on the correct answer.
And it's two solid bodies, right? It still looks like they're, which I guess is okay, right? They're still. He's like, let me fix this real quick.
Yep. Oh, okay. I don't see two solid bodies. I just see one.
Oh, what are you talking about, man? Still the same mass, right?
Yep. Wow. Very nice. Both competitors on fire. GG. Ivan, I wasn't able to see if you were able to figure out what went wrong there. Let us know. Otherwise, I'm sure everybody will just watch it in the replay later tonight. Okay, this has got me stumped, so we'll have to watch it in the replay and see if we can't figure it out. It looked like everything was going very smooth and very solid there. The only thing I could think is like maybe there was something with that final plate not being. I don't know. Maybe that radius. I see it. It's your radius 12.
Yeah.
Doesn't go all the way. Isn't supposed to go all the way to the bottom. Oh, you have it. No, you have a flat spot there.
But look how Cam has a tangent edge there, but Ivan doesn't.
Yeah. No, he's, okay, yeah, he
you-
just had his display. He just turned it back on without even clicking anywhere. He just thought it and
He's got
turned on
everything
that
on a second
option.
screen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure, Ivan. I don't have the answer,
Okay.
but we can look at it together. I mean, why don't you, Ivan? Maybe both you guys. We'll figure it out later. It's 227. 227, my favorite TV show. So here we go, guys. We're going on to the next one. That was tight. That was tight. We'll figure this out. We'll circle back to it in a Model Monday challenge. But congratulations to everyone. Great job to Cam for securing that win. We're going to go back to our full screen here. Dan, sorry for Dan and I slipping into tech support mode there. When we see something that looks out of line, we just got to figure out what the heck caused it.
I know, you're like, God, I got to do this.
Got to figure this out. What is it? What's off there? Guys, this next one is called T-Plate. T-Plate. So, good luck with this one. I'm going to flip it to full screen. Shout out to Veteran Bicycle. Says he really liked 227 as well. Thank you. Appreciate that. Great show. All right. You can see here, guys, I'm giving you a tolerance on this one. Plus or minus 5 pounds. Let's see here. Official Tej says Ivan dimension to the tangent edge instead of the top of the radius. And that's what threw him off there on that interlock plate. So that's interesting. Yeah, that sounds like that might be right. Nicely done, Official Tej. Very well done. All right, so the full screen print is up. You guys can grab a copy of that and let me know when you're ready. You can see here just a reminder of the tail of the tape here. Cam does make his own sauerkraut. That's important, I think. He's also a woodworker. And Cam can do a Rubik's Cube in about 2 minutes. Which, you know, I'm sure 3167 is like, pfft, no. But
Not cool.
yeah, I can't do it at all. I don't think I could ever solve one. I mean, I guess eventually. Put me in a room long enough, I'll figure it out. Ivan also uses reality capture. He uses like a pretty cool 3D scan data function.
Oh, that's cool.
To do some of his work at the office. So, and here's something kind of cool about Ivan that I bet you didn't know, Dan. He's eaten at the pub that C.S. Lewis, J.R.R. Tolkien, and the Inklings frequented.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, and what is the name of that pub, Dan?
Let's see. I don't know. I guess I just don't know.
Yep, I don't either. Valley Forge Beef and Ale.
Yeah, Valley Forge Beef and Ale.
That's probably what it's called.
Shout out to those guys.
Shout out to Valley Forge Beef and Ale. All right, guys, we got both of our competitors are ready. Let's take a look at this head-to-head CAD modeling challenge in 3, 2, 1, go. So this model looks like it's a little more complicated than the previous ones. It's got these
alloy.
It's got these kind of cool little like corner pockets. I think they're pretty cool. So once again, as always, what should my starting plane be? What should my starting profile look like? This is fundamental basics when it comes to doing parametric modeling. Should I start out with the whole plate? Can I take advantage of symmetry or patterns? How is this thing dimensioned? Are there any features that need to be there first? Looks like, once again, as we've seen all through the night, same exact model, 2 very different ways of getting started.
Yep. And again, we're seeing one competitor choose multi-contours and the other single, but not. Okay, so now we're getting additional sketches included. It is so nice, too, when the way it'll make that interior contour darker. Again, just so you know, you're closing it off. You have an interior contour inside the larger one.
You like that, huh? I would always talk trash on that feature because you can't window select when you go to window drag around that feature. But somebody told me in chat or in a comment, somebody told me that the workaround of that is you hold the letter T on your keyboard. So like if you go to drag inside a contour and you can't drag, like you can't window select or crossing select. I do a lot of crossing select to multi-select to like make a bunch of holes equal or something like that.
Yeah.
But if you hold the letter T, then you can still do that crossing.
Yeah, but historically don't like anything that I like. So, you like that.
Oh,
huh?
yeah, it's true. It's my kind of de facto position. Dan, tell me about what bands you like these days.
I refuse to tell you anything. Yeah. Look at the chat lighting up about the comment. Looks like HL Goodcat, my brother, says,
Tulloch and C.S. Lewis met at the Eagle and Child pub. Wow. And they formed a group called the Inklings. Oh, okay. Those are the Inklings. I think I misunderstood. It's a brief interview. I was trying to gather a lot of information in a very short period of time.
It would be cool if it was like an Easter egg, or like Cam was trolling you with that, or
Ivan, yeah.
Rather, yeah, or Ivan. Yeah.
So we can see here, it looks like Ivan's going for the tombstone off of the end here. This is, as always, like we're getting into the pro leagues now. This is the semifinals. This isn't just, draw a sketch, extrude it, calculate the mass. So,
I mean, being a non-biased viewer of this and just commentating on where things are, I would say Cam's further ahead at this point.
Okay.
But what we have seen is you could either end up with the wrong answer, or the other competitor pulls a rabbit out of a hat, right, and suddenly gets ahead.
Exactly, yeah. Sometimes you see all of a sudden somebody has their features and they're just done. It's just like, oh, okay, I guess he's just done with that now. That's it. There's also, when you have a print like this where you've got a lot of dimensions, it can get a little confusing. I mean, this is one of the big challenges with Model Monday Live and with doing this tournament is I basically have one single sheet of paper to work with to create a model that's going to be challenging for, these guys are both SolidWorks experts. You can see up in the title, or Cam's SolidWorks expert, Ivan's a SolidWorks professional. These guys have both got a lot of experience under their belt. How do you make a print on one single sheet of paper that's still going to challenge them? And so a lot of times it just means having, a number of dimensions, which you can get lost a little bit.
Right.
And, you and I have both seen plenty of prints like that in the real world where you're like, holy smokes, I got to draw this up. And you just kind of have to take it one bite at a time.
God, and that feature from Cam's end, and it's, at least at this point we can say Cam and Ivan are battling the same feature at the moment.
I like the way you say that.
I
was trying to think of a good way of saying that. They're both battling with that same feature.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what the heck is going on with this
What
thing.
in the heck do I do with this thing? They're both cursing the ground that you walk on right now.
Right.
What the heck? Different approaches. And this is it's one of those things where it's just going to come right down to the wire of who.
Yeah, because it's like you said, they're both battling at the same features, kind of battling at the same time, trying to figure out. And this feature that Ivan's on the right here is it's another little bit of a tricky feature with regards to how it's dimensioned in the print. Like I've had this kind of stuff happen to me before, where machinists will say, "I need there to be a certain amount of meat in this hole. Like this hole can only get to a certain distance within this wall. I want it to go as deep as it can, and in this case, I want it to go as deep as it can, but still have 10 millimeters between the tip of the drill and the wall." Like I've had machinists say that to me, and you don't always get a drawing from like a officially licensed, ISO certified, somebody who's following all the appropriate drawing standards. A lot of times you get drawings from people who just draw it up by hand and are just kind of like telling you what they need.
Right.
And so it's good to know how to take that and turn it into an actual solid model. How much is this thing going to weigh? It's really important we know how much this thing weighs.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you can actually do with a solid model in SolidWorks is run those checks on it and say, do I have minimum clearance between a hole and the edge, between a hole and another hole?
Oh yeah, that's a great point.
Minimum part thickness. Those are all things you can check, because you're right, you never know who you're getting these designs from.
Yeah.
Gosh, this is like you almost want to scream at the screen, It's like, is that going to work there?
Cerberus is asking about SolidWorks making a hole wizard with drill point, and that's a good point, and that's definitely something you can do, Cerberus, with SolidWorks. I think that the challenge is when you get something like this, trying to figure out what that clearance dimension is supposed to be. And so Ivan comes in with a mass of 4073.94, and the correct answer is 4074. And so you're well within spec. It's plus minus 5 grams, but even if you just round it up, you got it. 4074 is the correct answer.
Nice
Very
job.
Nicely done. Great suggestion too from Cerberus about using the hole wizard. That also definitely would be an option. You can definitely get in there and hole wizard and customize that tip. But Ultimately, I think in that spot, with that particular drawing, just for so everybody knows what we're talking about, I'm just going to go back to full screen here. That particular drawing, this dimension here where it says 10 between drill tip and wall, that's a kind of dimension that can often throw people off. They don't really know how to get that correct. And a lot of times it's easier just to draw it in yourself, do like a revolve, like what Ivan did, just do it as a cut revolve and be done with it and move on with the design. And we always have these inflection points where you got to decide what's going to help me get this out the door, what's going to help me get this to the machining team before they leave for the night, before they leave for the weekend. And that's definitely one of those spots. So nicely done, Ivan. Came up with the same solution I would have come up with. Easy for me to say that after I watched you do it. So we're going to move into our final round. Ivan gets the win on that one. Once again, no sweeps. Going all the way out to three matches. And I gotta say in the chat, Josh asked this question: how do you pick these matchups to be so competitive? Man, the universe was just looking out for us. We did a random drawing last week, and then obviously the semifinals were just determined by who got through. So
yep.
Let's take a look at our final matchup in the semifinals. This one is called Carrier Base. I'm going to put the print up on the screen and give these guys a chance to get in here and grab a screen capture. This also gives them a chance to actually kind of plan out the model a little bit. That's something they don't get to do on Model Monday Live, but you do get a chance to kind of think about how you're going to approach this Carrier Base. And we're going to maybe take one more look at the tail of the tape here.
This looks like a flagpole mount or something.
Flagpole mount mortar. It looks like a mortar, I think.
A mortar for fireworks.
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna let these guys. Let us know when they're ready, and once they are ready, we're gonna give them the countdown. They're both grabbing that print. If you wanna play along from home, you can grab this print as well. Although I guess I already took it off the screen, so you can't grab it now. But you can certainly play along with from home. You can rewind the tape. You can grab it. What's up, RK? Thanks for tuning in. Welcome. Shout out to Clark, hanging out. He needs to see how this thing ends. He needs to see who he's going against next time in the finals.
Yep.
All right, and just waiting for Ivan and Cam to give me the heads up. Let me know they're ready. They probably were both deep in study of that print, but they both look like they have a game plan now. So let's see if that study time was worth it. We're going to get started here in 3, 2, 1, go. So Ivan gets the win for that previous one, and our model now has changed to this carrier base. There we go.
Carrier
mortar base. So you can see here, this model, as always, we always talk about this, Dan, starting plane, starting profile. What's it going to look like? How are we going to get things started?
What worries me about this model, I'm looking at your two primary shapes, your two primary profiles. How do you get them to merge correctly?
Yes.
How do they? Yeah.
Yes, indeed. That is the big question, the big challenge. You can see that Cam's kind of laying it out. He's kind of asking the same question that you're asking, like what?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I got this. Now what?
Yeah, and without giving anything away, again, I think Ivan's not too far off of the same thing. Like, I'm just trying to figure out how these two big main profiles would go together.
Yeah, this is one that you can see that you can see what Ivan's doing. Ivan's strategy there, which is kind of to draw this thing out, figure out what it's going to look like, what all those little inside, different little chambers are going to look like, and kind of get it drawn out and kind of go from there. And you can see Cam's taking more of an approach, kind of almost what you said, Dan, which is like, let's just figure out where everything's supposed to land, and then maybe I can drop my features onto that, inference those layouts. And that strategy is one that I've used a lot. Like you can see the dimensions Cam's putting in here. It's kind of a weird layout to get to that rear point.
It is, yeah.
And Cam, I think, he's trying to figure out what it's going to take to get to that point. But
at this point in the night too, these competitors have been locked in for
right.
over 3 hours now.
Right. I thought I was nervous at the beginning.
Yeah, for over 3 hours, and you're having to stare at this thing, go, oh god. And by the way, these folks probably worked or went to school all day,
right,
before getting into this.
Yeah, in the last competition, Moldolci was in it, and he was in Germany, I think. And so, it's like 2 a.m. for him when we started. you know.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, I think maybe on that note, next time I think I might do it on a Saturday to make it a little bit more friendly. It's just we've been doing Model Monday all year, and who knows what's going to happen in the future. This felt like the right time to do it.
I think this is great, man.
Oh yeah, thank you. You're a big part of it, my man.
Yeah, and seeing again, like I have user group leaders in our community. We hold weekly meetings, and Michael, for example, from Australia, will join week after week, and it's 2-3 a.m. for him,
right?
And religiously we'll still join, check in what's going on, and again, it's for the same reason I think we're all here tonight. It's like he just wants to know what's going on and be connected to it.
Yeah, learn one little trick. Like if you watch this whole stream for 3 hours and you learn one single trick, how long is it before that trick pays off? Is it a week? Is it a month? It's gonna pay off. You're gonna end up saving so much time with these little tricks here and there. Like it really does add up. I noticed there that Ivan, that was kind of a cool moment, that boss extrude, he was looking at the boss extrude that was sticking up at the top, and he was looking at the print, and he was like, this doesn't look right. He does that kind of SolidWorks roll, where you roll the model around, and then you're looking at the print, and you're like, something's not right here. And then it looks like he was able to figure it out. I think it's very interesting how both the competitors this time are they're spending so much time with the layout, and almost like they focused in on that cylinder that's sticking up out of the top of the part, where I would think most of the time, I don't know about you, but when I looked at this part, I thought, like, I'm going to start with the base.
Yeah, logically, that's where you think. You go to the base, get that, and because I always have thought about modeling parts as, like, how would I actually make this in real life? I would start with a flat piece of base metal and weld on that upper tube and brace it with something.
Yeah.
And I've, at least for me, to help me model things, that's how I've tried to lay things out, but that's not always the best way. Definitely not always the right way.
Yeah, it's something that, like, when we're teaching essentials, it's one of the big things we teach, right, is kind of try to think about what the footprint might look like on the floor.
Yeah.
And and then model that first. But these guys both kind of went a different way. So wow, look at how close they're getting.
Yep. Yeah, you're right though. Once you have that tube locked in, the rest of this part will probably fly together. Oh, and see, Cam, that's what I was worried about. Will that fillet work there?
Tom says, why is Ivan even locating holes? Wow, look at that. Look at how Cam was able just to kind of bring that whole thing together. So these semifinal rounds, there's several different disciplines that, several different, I guess I could say there's several different opportunities for time saving, right?
Yep.
And so we can see that sometimes what those are and you're able to leverage them. Sometimes you just kind of brute force through it. And we can see our competitors here. One of them brute force through it, and one of them knows the shortcut.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that I pulled out there at the end. Because if you would have asked me 30 seconds ago, who's further ahead? But now just watching this live stream, right?
Still so close, though.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh man,
this has really been a great matchup between these guys, and let's see what happens here. So Ivan has answered 316.6. That is incorrect, Ivan. That is an incorrect answer.
Boy.
So there's something going on in that model somewhere. 316.6 is incorrect.
This would be a classic model, Toby, in Essentials with order of operations. Like, you put that rib in, and it's going through the hole, and it's like, oh, I should have put the rib in first, and then went back and cut the hole.
Yeah. It can definitely.
Does that hole go through? You know, do I have things in the wrong order or something going on?
Right. Yeah, and so now we can see Ivan going through, going back through the model, trying to figure out like, okay, what is it? What did I miss? What's going on here? Something's not right.
Right. I think he might have found it. Right down to the wire.
That's still the same answer, basically. I'm gonna give you a mulligan on that, Ivan, because that's basically the same answer. Like, oh wait, 316.63 bit. I'm still gonna give you a mulligan.
315.55.
Wait, is it the same answer?
It's different. I mean, he's 1 gram off from where he was.
He is 1 gram off from where he was. Ivan, I misspoke. I was misrounding the 316. So 316 is incorrect. 316.7 is incorrect. 315.5 is incorrect as well. So unfortunately, Ivan, you have delivered 2 incorrect answers, and that means that you are not able to deliver any more attempts. That is incorrect, and that means that it is up to Cam. Just like I did last time, I'm going to throw a 10-minute timer on for Cam here. 10 minutes to get through this model. If Cam cannot get the correct answer, then this round will be a push, and we'll go to another round between these guys in the semifinals. The 2 incorrect answers that were submitted were 316.7, which rounds to 317, and 315.55, which rounds to 316. Those were both incorrect. So it's all up to Cam.
Who was in the scenario for us? 3167?
Yeah, 3167 was under the pressure. The whole world was watching.
Yeah. The entire world.
And now we've got Cam. The entire world is watching Cam. Don't make any mistakes.
I do want to say, Toby, that the bulk of your audience has hung on for this three out. It's awesome.
This has been a crazy night of competitive educational esports, and of course, Ivan, if you want to keep picking through your model and see if you can't figure out what you think went wrong, I definitely encourage you to do that. And we got, let's see here, we got Cam trying to figure out what is going on with his Cam's trying to figure out what is going on with his boss extrude here on the top. It looks like that boss extrude that's sticking out of the top is really giving him some grief. He's struggling to get it. What's now merged? He's struggling to get merged. He's struggling to get it.
There you go.
Okay.
We got one solid body. What is that little hole?
Look at him trying to angle up in there to pick that face. Oh, how many times have we all done that before?
Yeah.
So he's gonna
delete face.
What?
Whoa.
Stop. He's just showing off now because he's got a little bit of time.
Yeah.
What a matchup, man. What a series of matchups. But in two of the semifinals, somebody timed out, right?
Yes.
And Ivan says, found it, sad face. So it's not over yet, though. Cam, no free passes here. No free passes. Cerberus says, a reference plane here. A lot of people in the chat are talking about reference planes tonight.
I know, and that's what I'm thinking here as well. If you just make the right plane, the right angle.
Ivan says, this is a helpless feeling. Yep. All you can do is root for Cam to get through. He's got 8 minutes left. So that really 7:45. He's gonna try and take his time. He's gonna look at Ivan's answers, which were 3:16.7 and 3:15.55, which are both incorrect. The drawing, I'm not going to put the drawing back up, RK, but you should be able to rewind. I do have DVR set up in the YouTube stream, so you should be able just to roll back and look at the drawing, and then you can screen capture it.
And I appreciate what Cam's doing here. Is he knows he's got time.
Oh, wow.
So he's checking.
Wow.
Yeah.
This must be making Ivan feel really good.
Yeah. Oh, he still has to do that cutout in there.
Oh. He caught something. And Chris Loretta says, Ivan is still my champion. Oh, it's not over yet. This is not over yet. I mean, he's got 6 minutes, 6:50 left. So we're gonna see if he can go back through and he can find it. Ivan says it's not right. Imagine what J.R.R.L. Tolkien would be saying right now.
What?
Imagine what C.S. Lewis would be saying right now if he saw you, Ivan. He'd be like, "Come on, you think I wrote The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe with mistakes?" Because I wrote that. I'm not really that good at So Cam, getting through this. Okay, double checking here, making sure. I love the use of the auto dimensions. This is a huge time saver. You'll notice here that he absolutely could make these equal, but he's just going through and making them each 11, and a lot of times that's faster too. Like if you just want to get it out the door, you want to get it done fast, you know they're all going to be the same. You could just do it this way too, and I did this plenty of times when I was practicing. Josh says this is too much stress for a Monday night.
Yeah, this is a lot.
So interesting.
I know.
Yeah, this is interesting. So Cam knows what the wrong answers are. He's got a bit over 5 minutes to try to reevaluate. He's looking at the print. Ivan is standing by.
You just use the roll method. I appreciate that.
Yep.
What's that? Alt arrow key, Toby? Is that what it is? To roll the model?
Yeah, you can do the barrel roll.
Yeah,
Alt and arrow key. Yep, I like that one. This is a tough one, and we're all just kind of, oh, here we go. Ivan's like, I can at least do that right. I like to rib Ivan a little bit just because he's our reigning champ. Auxiliary moose, the interesting idea. I've done that before as well. Auxiliary moose, depending on what the scenario is. Tiago says Ivan must be dying inside. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Got about a little over 4 minutes left. No pressure, Cam, but a little over 4 minutes left for you to try to finalize this model, figure out what's going on with it. He does have the advantage in knowing what answers are incorrect, but that might not ultimately help him figure out what's missing. HL Goodcat says, "How dare you besmirch J.R.R.L. Tolkien's name?" Got it. Sorry about that.
Check.
Got it. R.L. I'm more of a R.L. Stein kind of guy, you know. J.R.R.L. Stein.
R.L. Stein.
Yeah. George R.R.L. Tolkienstein. That's my guy. That's my go-to. All right, Cam's got 3 minutes 30 seconds left. He's rolling this model around. He does get 2 guesses. Yep. It looked to me like when he was looking at his mass properties, he was coming up with basically the same answer that Ivan came up with within the tolerance. So he's still rolling through.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Toby.
Official T just saying he's getting goosebumps watching this, and also that J.R.R.L. Tolkienstein wrote all the Goosebumps books. So that's like a double.
He's checking that distance there.
Yep.
That's smart.
We got our first stumper of the night, which means that I better get another print ready to go here. Gonna have to figure out which ones we didn't do. Backup. No pressure. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock here.
Checking his angle here.
Yeah, if you guys want to try to figure out what's going on, you can certainly roll back the video. All these matches being so close, going to a sweep. Oh boy, we got the chat is seeing it, but no. Great, now I have Lord of the Rings music and Goosebumps imagery mixing up. Yes, that is awesome.
Tom says he sees it.
Yep. I think I have a print that we have not done yet, so if this does go to a push, don't worry, we will be ready. We'll do a quick one here, quick match, finish it out. But if Tom sees it, then I'm willing to bet that Cam will be able to find it as well. Nick sees it as well. Tom is now screaming at the screen again. Chris says this is Ivan's window here. It's a window that's gonna potentially open up again in a minute and 25 seconds. No pressure, Cam.
Same math.
He's gonna run it down to the wire. Ivan says so frustrating. I am rounding these to the nearest gram, so that's why there was a little confusion earlier. I rounded incorrectly. I thought both of his rounded to the same number, but upon further inspection with my good friend and co-commentator Dan Wagner, I realized they were two separate answers, disqualifying Ivan and leaving the window open to Cam. But with 38 seconds left, is Cam going to find what was missing? Is Cam going to figure out what it is that's causing his mass to go incorrect? I see some blue lines that are turning black here.
I was going to say, I think we might be on to something, Toby.
Got 22 seconds left. I'm going to go by the clock in OBS here, so if he's able to get that in 15 seconds, we're gonna accept it. Now we're down to 10 seconds. Is he going to be able to get this in? Here we go. 5, 4, 3. I know that you guys are on a lag here, but it was right. It was right at the number. We're going to accept that, and it is 322 grams is the correct answer.
Oh,
wow.
My gosh,
holy smokes, you guys. That was insane. Cam barfing. Wow. Oh, my goodness gracious. That was amazing. Oh, my gosh, Dan. I put us back on webcam so we can get our reactions.
I don't know that I'm ready for
holy
that right
smokes.
Holy cow.
Wow, that was crazy.
Cam, you had everybody.
My goodness, Cam.
Seats,
Cam is doing a celebration over here. He's spinning his part. I saw it a moment ago. I didn't get to share you there quick enough, Cam, but wow, everyone at the buzzer. That was a clutch play there from Cam. Very nicely done, Cam. The chat is going crazy. GG to Ivan. A champion is defeated. GG to Cam, moving on to the finals. Dan, what did you think about that?
I don't want to take too much time. I know we got finals to get to, but to recap what happened, that lower portion has a smaller diameter, right? And if you're not looking closely, you're not going to see that.
You got it.
And instead of editing the original, he added material, I think revolved it, right? And then
just
said,
forced
I'm
it through.
Out, copy, paste, I'll see you.
That's so awesome, man.
That was sick. That was awesome.
That was so awesome. Well, Cam, a well-deserved victory against a very difficult competitor and a former champion in this event in Ivan. So very nicely done. And everybody be sure to give Ivan a GG in the chat. That is awesome. And that sets up the stage for our final battle, which is going to be between Cam and 3167. So you guys go and shake off your nerves a little bit. Dan, what are you thinking right now, man? That was so crazy.
I'm wondering how Cam can come into this final round.
Yeah, right off of that.
Anything left, you know?
The whole world's watching him. The timer's running down. Yeah. Cam, we're the shop guys are leaving. You need to get them this model. They need to start cutting chips. Cam, come on.
I'd imagine as a military man and an Eagle Scout, he's no stranger to pressure. So I think he's probably ready to roll.
Yeah, that was insane. So, wow, everyone, thank you so much for the chat. Everybody supporting Cam. That was so intense, Cam. Nicely done. Thank you both for the amazing showdown. Hats off to everyone. And with that, we are going to go into a quick 5-minute intermission. This is going to be a slightly shorter one, but just a few minutes shorter. And then we're going to get back in here and we're going to have the finals. So great job to all of our competitors in the semifinals. Congratulations to to Clark as well. I know you didn't get to move on, but congratulations to Clark. Let me just bring up that bracket again. Congratulations to Clark for making it to the semifinals. Congratulations to Ivan for making it to the semifinals, and especially congratulations to 3167 and to Cam who move on. We're gonna come back here after 5 minutes. You guys go get a final beer here for this final matchup. Once again, best of 3, and good luck to everybody. I'll see you guys in about actually we'll do 7 minutes. See you, Dan.
See you soon.
All right, everybody. We're going to get back into it here. Welcome back to everyone. Welcome to the finals. I am so excited. I'm going to switch over to webcams, Dan, if that's all right with you.
I am ready.
Okay, man. I think something that's important to say here is that in that last round, you guys are getting about a 30-second delay, right? From the time you saw me and Dan freaking out. Obviously he was down to for you guys, he was down to the last minute. It was really close, right? But for Dan and I, the live timer that we're using, it was like a fraction of a second when that answer came closer. It was literally could not have been closer. It was crazy. So again, Cam, amazing job. Congratulations to everybody. I hope you guys are enjoying this tournament. We are down to officially the finals. And Dan, before we get started, I don't want to belabor this too much, but I just want to again say thank you for everything you do as the SolidWorks User Group Network Manager to help these user groups, to help build these communities. I'm so excited to know that you are in that role and that you're going to be helping out with all these users. So great job, man.
Thanks, man. Maybe I'll cap that off by saying if you at all like this kind of content, right? If you're into this kind of stuff, I think you could expect to see more of the same if you found a user group near you, because it's people like Cam and Eric and other folks here that run those groups. So it's an awesome community.
Shout out to 3167. He says he likes kimchi. My mother-in-law makes kimchi.
I love kimchi
all the time. Yeah, I love kimchi. So if you ever find yourself out here on the East Coast, I will take you to Ashi and we will get you some kimchi. Very important to mention that.
I've been asking you for some of that for a while, Toby, and I think I'm,
Yeah, I mailed you some. It must have gotten lost in the mail. Yeah. No. Sorry, I got distracted by that talk of kimchi, but yeah. Dan, this is awesome. I love the users. I love the community. I hope you guys love this kind of content. This is something that we've been looking forward to doing for a long time, and it really has gone great. I want to thank all of our competitors. I want to thank the amazing chat, and I think that's a great segue into the finals. TooTallToby 3D CAD Speedrun Tournament 2020 Winter Edition Finals. So what a journey to get here. And like I said, I know that for you guys, that might not have been as exhilarating as it was for us. I mean, even if he only had 30 seconds left, that would have been a big deal. But Cam really ran that down to the wire, found that issue. Interestingly, Ivan made the same overlook. He overlooked that as well.
Yep.
And that's something that, if you do that in manufacturing, you'll end up making bad parts. And that's, it's going to be brutal. And so we just always got to make sure we're going through and we're trying to make sure that we don't end up being the person that the shop people come to and say, how come this doesn't fit together? It's never any good.
Oh, hey, Vicky said she's going to put some kimchi aside for me. That's nice.
Look at that, man. Ask and you shall receive.
Thanks,
That's what
Vicky.
you do. All right, thanks, Vicky. That's great. Shout out to Vicky. All right, so let's take a look here at our journey. We can see, 3167 started out against Philo Mathis, was able to defeat him in round 1A. Then he squared off against Clark Schaefer, who is on the leaderboard. He's got 9 points on the leaderboard on TooTallToby.com. But, whoops, hold on a second. We don't want to share that quite yet. 3167. Stand by 1. So he was able to defeat Clark, who has 9 points on the leaderboard in the semifinals, to move himself into the final position. And then on the right bracket, we saw that Smitty and Ivan picked up right where they left off in June, went head-to-head again. Ivan was able to squeak out a win, but not a sweep. Not too many sweeps in this tournament.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Zach went up against Cam. Zach is the youngest CSWE in the country. He has got an amazing trajectory in front of him. So shout out to Zach. Thank you so much. And then, of course, Cam, moving on past Zach, took on Ivan in that match we just saw, which just was amazing. We're right down to the wire on the third match. And Ivan ended up missubmitting twice, giving Cam the window that he needed. It was only a 10-minute window, and he really ran it down to the wire. So great job to both of our finalists. And with that, let's take a look at our first print here. This is another one that I'm really happy with the way it came out, and I think you guys will enjoy this challenge. So let's just bring it up on the screen, 3167 and Cam. I'm going to put this full screen. It's called Y Flange, and if you want to play along with from home and see if you're as fast as these finalists, feel free to grab a screen capture of this, and you can try to model it up yourself. Of course, don't type your answer in the chat. Leave that for the competitors. But you can see that this model here is some type of a plumbing fixture of some sort. This is probably one, Dan, that you can model up pretty straightforward. This looks like it's the kind of model you really like.
Right up my alley.
Right up your alley, exactly.
That's nice.
So we're going to let the competitors take a look at that. We'll take a quick look at the tail of the tape here. So 3167 started using SolidWorks in 2012 and has a degree in mechanical engineering and industrial design and can solve a Rubik's Cube in 15 seconds. Yep. Cam, on the other hand, makes sauerkraut and can solve a Rubik's Cube in 2 minutes.
Oh, pretty good.
The tail of the tape, right?
Getting some shout outs in the chat here too. Nick wants to know where you get these models from, Toby, modeling all these crazy parts here.
It's a great question, Nick. I dig deep, bro. I mean, it's not like there's just like a place. Some old textbooks. I've got some old textbooks that I was able to dig up and find some pretty good examples of measuring stuff from around the house, just using my imagination. There's a couple of challenges that come up when you're trying to put these models together, and we're just waiting for 3167 to show his screen, and those challenges. Or ultimately, I gotta try and have something that's gonna challenge these guys, these masters of their craft, but still all fit on one page. And you notice that pretty much all the models tonight, you could do with just extrudes and revolves. Now, if you know a little bit of sweeping, some of these models could have been done with sweeps too. But pretty much all the models you could have, kind of brute forced your way through and just done them all with sweeps and revolves. And so that's kind of another constraint that I'm doing. So I just want to again let 3167 know we're looking for him to share his screen, make sure that he's okay. I hope that he's still. Dan, maybe you can check and just make sure he's still in our meeting. Okay, we go. We got him. We got him. All right, cool. So 3167 is showing his screen and letting us know that he's ready to compete. And Cam, I just need you to draw up the letter of your first name to let us know that you have looked at the model. Okay, and you can see here that they are both ready to go. 3167 is ready to go. Cam is ready to go. So we're gonna get started here in 3, 2, 1, go. So we can see here that the model that we're trying to create here is this flange. It's almost like a plumbing flange that, in this case, where did I come up with this model? I'm doing some work on our downstairs bathroom. I'm actually not doing the work. My amazing brother, HL Goodcat, is doing a terrific job of the work.
HL Goodcat.
But I did happen to notice a part that looked like this, and I said, oh yeah, I can give me that for a second. And I got out my calipers and measured it up and modeled it. Just a
fun fact.
Josh says, just help my son finish his math homework. He wanted to watch, but I made him go to bed. Tell him I'll have to watch the replay tomorrow. That's awesome, Josh. Thanks for that. All right, guys. So here we can see, as always, starting plane, starting profile. What's the game plan for this thing? How do we model this thing? Right? These are our finalists in this competition, so they should know some basics of extrusions and revolves, but they should also know some basics of sweeps. As far as lofts go, lofts are really hard to drop into this type of a contest. It might be something that I experiment with in the future, but you do not have to loft this part. I will give you that one tip throughout this tournament. The only advice I'm going to give our competitors.
See, this is interesting. Like looking at 3167's screen, it's already kind of different from what Cam's doing.
Sure.
And this is a part you would say, this is simple. I could do this with, 2-3 feet, like something quick.
Right.
But maybe it's not. Maybe it's,
It's a lot of this kind of stuff is about planning.
Yeah.
This is another one of these spots where the print gives you a radius that you probably won't use in the actual model. Because the way you manufacture something is you bend it on the outside, but a lot of times the way that you draw it to the center line. So these are the kinds of challenges that sometimes come up that you gotta you got to really push yourself a little bit to think about what's going on with this design. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can just bring up the print as an overlay here, so we don't lose any of this action. But it's gonna be a little experiment here. Shout out to RK who asked about this earlier. see if we can make this happen. And that is this guy. So see if we can just kind of drop this in here.
Yeah, the interesting part with this one is those flanges on the end. Where do they fall? Do you do them first? Do you do them last?
Yeah, that's a great observation, Dan. And I just dropped the image here onto. It should show up in the stream in just a moment. We'll see this image drop onto the live stream so that our audience can kind of see what's going on with the actual 2D print, and I'll see how distracting that gets. I don't know if I'll leave it up there the whole time, but just figured if people are checking this out from home and they want to kind of see what are they actually trying to model here, what's this thing look like, this is what it looks like. It's a little backwards from the image that I created, the rendering that I created. So
Tom wants to know if you 3D printed this for your plumbing application.
Yeah, I did, and unfortunately it's leaking everywhere. It just caused a big mess. So I ended up having to take it. Oh, wait, what's the chat saying? Oh, you can't 3D print plumbing parts, they'll leak. Oh, great. Thanks, Tom. You could have told me that last week, bro. But yeah, it's all good. I would have never had the chance to model this thing. All righty. Let's take a look. And Tom is watching these guys. I think Tom has a game plan on how to do this. He says he's yelling at the screen, but I'm willing to bet that Cam and 3167 are like, you're not in the hot seat right now. You don't.
No, Tom.
Yeah, Tom. Yeah, the hot. You don't know what we're going through.
All right, so we have our first solid body. I can tell you that much. Which is crazy to get. I don't know how far we're in here. We're at least 5 or 6 minutes in, and
we got 3167. He's got a nice. It looks like he did that as a sweep. Alnus says, I think I have the mess. So Alnus says he thinks he has the answer. Shout out to Alnus. Nice job, Auxiliary Moose.
Thanks, Alnus.
Why couldn't you get this part, right? That's the other thing that our competitors always say. Because you do, throughout your CAD career, you do learn certain disciplines better than others, and so then you get a part like this and you'd be like, oh, I know exactly how to do that. But the part that you end up getting during your round is like that one weak spot or that, that one type of feature that you just never use.
I think that concept is a real thing. Like if you work at a company making pipes and that's it, and you model pipes, it's easy to get kind of stuck in that bubble, Toby, where it's like you know pipes really well, but then you get in a modeling tournament and like a weird bracket comes up. It's like, man, I don't know how to model brackets. I model pipes.
Yeah.
And that's where I think it's good to really network.
Exactly. And the other thing can happen is like if you get so used to certain types of commands, you instinctively will use those. And surfacing, I think, is the biggest one that's like that, where you're just like, okay, I'm just gonna do everything as surfaces. And it's like, well, it's just a brick.
Bias almost.
Yeah, it's just a brick. You could just do a boss extrude. It's like, no, I'm gonna extrude 6 different surfaces and knit them together and then thicken them, because that's how I like to do it.
That sounds like you, Toby.
I have been in that spot before. Where, I've definitely been in that spot. So this is interesting. So Cam's got it laid out, and he's kind of like what you were saying. He kind of started with those flanges, and you can see here that 3167 is going for it with the sweeps. But oh, look, when he did the section view, he's got that. What's that called when you do it with weldments? Perforation. When you can have 2 weldments come together, and then you can just like blast the one out of the other.
Trim ends.
No, it's not trim ends. It's like, oh no, you know what I'm thinking of? Routing. When you do routing, piping, and tubing, you have that option where if you run one tube into another, you can just say perforation, and it does exactly what 3167 is trying to do here.
Okay. Oh yeah, we could just use routing.
Could just use routing, right? Just done with routing. There's another option, I guess. Wouldn't it be great if we got somebody on the show that just does everything in routing?
Yeah, everything.
Every model, no matter what. Just gotta make it a routing component.
They're like routing. It's the most advanced function.
Yeah. Look at this. This is a pro move right here. Turning that. Oh, look at that. That was gorgeous. 3167. Turning that ID into construction geometry so that sweep ended up becoming a solid because
Yep.
order of operations matters.
Order of operations.
And look at Cam. I looked over at 3167 just for
know.
a second, and then Cam, he's just like, okay, how about this?
Yep, he's kind of running into the same thing, or these two. And this
Yep.
is where it's like you spend a lot of time getting multiple contours. You're like, man, I am clever. I'm going to get all this stuff at once. And in some scenarios, you get further down the road. You're like, oh man, maybe I should have done that at 2 separate steps.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You include too much in one feature, and you can end up putting yourself in a spot where you have that kind of overlapping.
And Cam's just doing some cleanup here. This is so interesting, Toby, because you could choose to go all the way back, or if you're crafty enough to just clean it up and fix it, you
Right.
can take that route as well.
If you know the move, got the moves, delete face, that's another one that I'm like way too reliant on. I'm just like, I'll just use delete face there. That'll fix it. Whatever. Why should I bother editing the original sketch and just, turning that to construction when I can just do delete face?
Yeah.
Just fix it there.
Then someone else opens your model next year. They're like, what the heck was this guy? What? Delete face? What was this guy
Yeah,
doing?
exactly. Nobody ever wants to open my models.
Yeah.
Yeah. It happens.
So what is Cam doing? Cam's got a construction plane going on.
This is...
3167.
If Cam's got that inside
Yes.
geometry, if he can clean up that inside geometry,
That's what I'm wondering. I wonder what's going on in there.
he's going to be in a good spot. But there's a lot going on with this print. I'm going to just make this print a little bigger just so that people can see it since we're here in the finals. There's a lot going on here with this print with regards to the ends of those flanges. There's kind of like it's almost like a C-bore, or I'm not saying you do it as a C-bore, but it's almost like that. So you have like a couple of different depths going on there, and
Dude, look what Cam's doing right now. That was pretty genius.
of course, that's like the one time in the whole tournament that I decided to overlay the print. I probably totally overlaid what he did.
It's okay. It was almost like an interior machining operation.
Tell him to go back and do it again. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off the print now so that we can really focus on what's going on.
Working on the end of that pipe.
I like 3167 using the traditional icon colors. That's
Yep. Yeah.
that's totally my strat as well. So these guys, look, they're both getting down to these final flange features. They're neck and neck essentially.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna definitely come down to the wire.
I'm wondering on both accounts if the interior of these things is correct. I think that's the big question of where those pipes merge together.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the deciding factor with that geometry. Shout out to Waxman giving us a compliment. He says, WRX man, that's your old car.
Oh, that's my buddy. Yeah.
Says, awesome to watch, great commentary from my man Dano, and Ukulele Toby is so knowledgeable as well.
That's great.
Very
Hey,
nice.
Adam. Good to see you, buddy.
And it looks like, if you notice that comment from Official Tej, it looks like he's screaming at his computer by mashing his keyboard. That's the equivocal of yelling at the computer screen. Oh, I see 3167 is doing that final spin. You notice that?
Yeah.
Final double check.
It's so nerve-wracking.
Yep.
Because what we learned in the last round, you don't want to waste those answers. It was kind of in a different scenario here, Toby, where it's like maybe you don't want to waste that wrong answer.
Right. Yeah. But before you wait too long on a guy like Cam, he'll.
I know. There's some strategy
he'll
there.
just have
Like,
it.
well, let me see what he says first.
Yeah.
But if he gets it right, oh my God, that's crazy.
Yeah. This is it. This is the final. These are the finals, man.
Yep.
I'm more of a grip it and rip it kind of guy, but
I know you are, yeah. Grip it and rip it.
I'm more of a
Or
hold
lie.
my beer, I'm going to go win this tournament kind of guy.
Yeah, I know. It's your style.
That's my strat. Alrighty, here we go. Ooh, A in the chat says, for once, I beat the runners. His name is just a lowercase a.
All right. We'll see.
Okay. Yep, we'll see.
See what the answer is
Exactly.
here. I kind of like that I also don't know the answers in this scenario, because it actually adds more suspense for me.
For sure.
And that's a testament again to this tournament. Is you are the holder of.
Looks like 3167 is saying something. He's trying to at me on this. Something missing? 3167. Let's see. I never figured out how to enable it. Wait, did 3167 answer already?
Oh, he did. Yeah, it's a little bit up.
Sorry, I apologize, everyone. 3167 has answered. Thank you for adding me there. I don't know how I missed it. I was distracted by ironically, wait, let me show you the chat here real quick here. Ironically, A in the chat said, for once, I beat the runners. And I was like, oh, that's cool. A is competing from home, and they actually, beat the runners. And it's literally right underneath 3167's answer here. So somehow I totally missed that. The correct answer is 4505 plus or minus 20 grams. 3167 gets it correct and first. Cam is very unhappy about that, as he can see him spinning the screen. So that is the correct answer. Very nicely done, 3167. I do apologize for missing that. Very, very nicely done. So that's going to be a win for 3167. The first matchup of our finals is complete. We're now going into the second matchup. First person to get 3 wins is going to be declared the final winner of this entire tournament. And our next round is one that I have been looking forward to for this entire tournament. I'm so excited to see what you guys do with this one. So first of all, GG3167, nicely done. Yep, everybody, you can see 3167 in the chat is saying, I just realized I could have modeled the mirror first. Yes, that is, modeled the Y first, or, yeah, I mean, you always think back after you're done. You always think, oh, that's how you do it.
It actually looked like that's what Cam did. I think Cam started with that Y shape.
Yeah,
first.
That layout. So, shout out to FloJo in the chat. What's up, Joe? Thanks for tuning in, Joe. My man. Great to see you in here. It's been a while. So, all right, here we go. Next matchup. First person to get 2 wins is officially the winner. I think you guys are really going to enjoy this one. Here's the full screen print. And you can see for the first and only time in the tournament, we're mixing our materials, which means we're mixing our densities. What is the mass of this multi-body part or assembly in XX pounds? So you guys get to decide how you want to build this. You guys get to take a minute to look at this print, but not much more than a minute. You get to look at this model. If you're playing along with at home, you can take a screen capture of this model. We got potentially our final matchup, but I'm not counting Cam out yet. I think Cam's gonna.
I mean, he was there within one feature at the very end.
Exactly. So, he's gonna give 3167 a run for his money. The chat is lighting up about multi-body.
Yeah, what do you do here, Toe? I mean, I guess maybe it's not okay to say.
I have no idea how to build something like this, man. This is crazy. There's a lot going on in this print.
There is, and do you take advantage of what you can do at the multi-body part level, or assembly pattern?
If I was using XDesign, I would just do it in a single modeling environment.
Sure.
All right, so I'm looking to the runners to draw out their initials. I'm going to flip over their screens while I wait for them, so we can all watch and see how they come up with their initials. So we can see 3167 is giving us the all clear, ready to go. All right, Cam is giving us the all clear, so we are going to get going here in 3, 2, 1. Oh, hold on a second there, 3167. Whoa. Man, speed cubing. He's ready. All right, here we go. False start. Here we go. And everybody just relax, okay? This is going to be a lot of fun.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go. So this is our next model here. This is a ladder, as you saw. See what these guys come up with for this model. I think this is going to be a really interesting one. What is the mass of this multi-body part or assembly in XXLBS? The side supports there, you can see, are made of a 1060 alloy, which is using the same material we always use, the same 2,700 kilograms per cubic meter. And the rungs are made of an ABS, and those are 1020 kilograms per cubic meter. Same material we always use, same material as the default SolidWorks material. How do you go about making this model? You know, you can see it's, as always, I know we've said this just about every round, but it's so interesting how two different people can see the exact same print and can start the model completely differently.
Yep. Yeah, and again, the decision you're making here is what features, what functions am I going to take advantage of to try and save time? Am I going to use, you know, an assembly, for example, or am I going to use patterns, or am I going to use mirrors? And that totally impacts how you start, like what your first feature is and where you begin.
Yeah, it's so true, you know, and in a model like this, like it's just interesting.
Excuse me, sorry.
Yeah, it's so interesting how we can see that Cam started out with those side supports.
Yep.
And 3167 dove right into the plastic rungs of the ladder.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, well,
I also really appreciate the differentiating distance there, Toby.
You noticed that a little bit of a potential curveball there for our competitors.
End of the night treat.
Little end of the night treat. Yep, exactly. Yeah. So they can come up with those rungs, and they can, you know, then they're gonna have to figure out how to handle those. Another anti-Ivan device, perhaps.
Yeah.
Now you guys know. Anytime there's draft on my models, anytime there's like weird spacing, you know who it's for.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ivan. All right, and 3167 is getting a shout out here from RK, saying it's a solid approach. Cerberus is saying CATIA multi-body would be really good for this. Resident CATIA Pro. We got to get some CATIA users into this competition.
Clark likes anti-Ivan device. Nice. I think you should put that on some of your shirt.
Oh yeah, that's great, Dan.
Like two faces that are kind of askew. You just call it like anti-Ivan device.
Oh, when you said two faces, I thought you meant like Janus, like the.
What?
Isn't that what that symbol is when or that Greek? What am I thinking of? With like the comedy and the tragedy, isn't that what that's called?
Oh yeah, okay. So like a drama.
Yeah.
Okay. We are talking about very.
I don't have any idea what I'm talking about. This is really bad.
I mean, we're 4 hours into a pretty epic live stream here. So.
Let's start talking about Plato and Aristotle. I think we're doing great here.
Holy cow! I feel like this is going to be one of those ones where, like, if I'm looking at 3167, looks like he's setting up something that's just gonna fill down, right, or complete the part.
Yeah, this is gonna be very, very interesting. 3167 has this nice, really nice start, and then looks like created some surfacing tools to kind of help him with the layout. And Cam he's already done with those posts, and now it's just a matter of trying to figure out, where this part is going to go. And I love the way Cam's taking advantage of symmetry. I think that's always so important. I
would call Cam's approach like more traditional. Like that's kind of where I feel he's headed, and I can't wait to see what 3167 does here.
Yeah.
Here's that spacing. He's like, oh, come on, Toby, those aren't equally spaced.
Right. Yeah. We gotta, keep these guys on their toes.
Yep. I definitely.
Let's see how they handle it. So we see Cam is doing. What's he got? What's he gonna do here?
Linear pattern. Oh man. And there is something. Okay, and I can't even say it.
We
can't even see where this goes. I want to see where this goes. Here we go.
Let them do what they do.
Do what you do, man. And look at 3167 ripping these dimensions down.
Yeah, dude. That auto dimension in sketch mode, man. It's
how
such a time
quickly can
saver.
I get these dimensions on the screen? Unbelievable.
Ooh, look like Cam had it, and then something happened. Something with that pattern. I'm not sure what.
Did the feature get
I'm not sure. It looks like he's doing. I mean, it looks like Cam's doing it with a sketch pattern. And 3167 is trying to decide how he's going to handle this boss extrude.
Okay, so this is where we saw.
Yeah, this is interesting. You can see that both of them are kind of like, what am I going to do here? What's going on next? Unless 3167 locked up. I'm not seeing any action from him.
It says, okay, so he's still in that command. 3167, if you're out there.
He may be looking at the print, or he may be strategizing, or he may be... Oh,
we lost him.
I think we lost him.
He's still in the... Let me see if he's still in the Zoom.
Yep. So he may be having technical difficulties here. 3167 is...
It'd be unfortunate timing.
Yes, right in the finals while he's in the lead. I'm sure if he can get back on, he can jump right back in.
As far as I can tell, he's not in the Zoom, Toby.
Okay. So 3167, if you're out there, he's probably so into the model that he doesn't even realize. So I'll try and send him a quick message and see if I can't.
Okay.
See if I can't get him back in.
Okay. And meanwhile, Cam is battling with this pattern. Let's see what happens here. I'm just going to drop a note in the YouTube chat here.
Oh, Smitty says he crashed. I don't know if he crashed or maybe like a full, like a blue screen. If he crashed all the way out, then it would be a full blue screen. This is what Smitty said in the chat, but he's out of our meeting too, I think.
Yeah, I think he's gone. I mentioned to Toby I have a Lenovo machine that likes the blue screen once a week at least. So it happens to the best of us.
Meanwhile, Cam's just putting on a clinic on how to model this part.
What unfortunate timing, Toby, because I feel like that if Cam can wrap up this pattern, if Cam can get this pattern right, that's it. It's over. But
yep. I'm going to just move Cam over into the appropriate bay. I'll put the drawing over here for now. So 3167, we are waiting to hear back from him.
Standing by.
Oops. What happened now? Okay, here we go. He's back. Stand by, Dan. He's back, and he's gonna screen share again, I think. What? They both crashed? What?
Cam's back.
No, that's 3167. Man, this is a little bit of anticlimactic. Here we go.
Cam's back.
All right, Cam's back.
He's on the other side though, Toby, so it might be.
Okay. Yep. I got him. I think I got him in the right base.
Okay.
Cam 3167. Okay. Man.
Just
okay.
when we thought nothing else could happen.
Yeah. What a crazy. Wow. So we're thinking that both of the participants crashed, or I'm not sure. I mean, they definitely both dropped off for a second there.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out at the end. Let's let them keep going through.
Yeah.
Because they're both.
It appears like it was maybe just internet, not SolidWorks, because it looks like their SolidWorks sessions are uninterrupted.
Oh, look what 3167 is doing here. He's gonna grab the mass of just the one section. Wow, what a great strategy. This is interesting. This is so cool. Like, this totally is not the way I would have thought to approach this one, but it's legit. I mean, what's the mass? That's the answer. That's the answer that is correct. What is the mass? So if he can come up with it using out of the box thinking, good on him.
And then just model the rails alone.
I mean, don't tell him how to do it, Dan.
Well,
wow.
Unbelievable, man.
crazy. Doesn't this make you want to like get in and look at the RX file and figure out like what exactly happened?
I don't think either one of them crashed SolidWorks.
Oh, okay. You think?
I think just the internet.
Okay. We'll find out from him at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, Cam says he did.
Oh, okay. I was wrong as usual.
Oh, come on, man. This is a crazy way to end this thing, man.
Unbelievable.
Here we go. Cam's going for it with these markers.
That's interesting, Cam. Are they sketch points? He's just copying that sketch. That's interesting.
Oh, nice. Wow. Man, once again, this is gonna be pretty darn close.
We're right there, Toby. We are right there.
Wow.
Get out of town. We are right there. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your butts.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. 3167 modeled it in millimeters.
Oh no.
1.1 gram, 17 grams. That can't be right for the rails of a ladder.
Oh no.
Oh no. Dude, could this get any closer?
You know what though? This is like actually what you would run into.
Right.
CAD software, like it crashes, you lose internet connection, you model something in the wrong units. Like these are all things that happen.
Yeah. It's so true.
I think Cam's doing some math here. I like you just keep saying, "Oh no!"
I can't believe how close it is now. Like the little hiccups are so annoying.
And do you think every time we say, "Oh no," do you think it helps them?
I'm sorry. I can't believe how close we got to the end of this thing, and like now it's even more just neck and neck. Okay.
Maybe we should allow the competitors to reboot before final session.
Oh yeah.
Cam's getting material set for all these bodies.
Yep. Man, it's interesting, yeah. Okay, we're watching them both go through it. This is so close.
Even that mass. I don't.
So 3167 has answered 93.1 pounds. That is not correct. We're rounding to the nearest pound. So I'm looking for the answer in XX pounds, and 93.1 rounded to 93 is not correct. 93 pounds is not correct. My goodness, if you look at Cam's screen, he is also in...
He modeled it in
millimeters.
Yeah.
Dude, what are the chances that would happen?
Unbelievable.
Man.
It's at least fixable.
Yep. It is at least fixable.
But not enjoyable.
So Raymond, 3167 answered 93 pounds in the chat. And that is incorrect. 93 pounds is incorrect. We're rounding to the nearest pound. And now he is going through and trying to figure out what happened, what went wrong. I guess this is kind of the challenge of having them as two separate.
And now he's taking a different approach now. He's changing gears. He said, okay, change it up, try this.
Yep. Chat is just like, everybody's going crazy. This is what happens when you work with inches. Nobody works with inches, so my goodness. What a crazy way for this match. Like, Oh man, just literally back and forth for the lead. And the chat is just lighting up, letting them know. It's all right, guys. We're gonna figure it out. Cam earlier didn't, looks like he didn't fully define his sketches, so he's now trying to figure out what has to be changed. And
oh man.
The suspense again. Yes.
It would be cool if there was a macro that you just say convert to millimeters or convert to inches, and it just scales it by that exact.
I mean, I guess
you could scale the model, but it wouldn't be dead on, right? It would.
It's
if you knew that.
Probably too late now.
Yeah, it's a little too late now. But it's still like not the way you want to go.
And we got 3167 trying to troubleshoot this on his end too, trying to figure out like what am I missing? What am I missing? Yeah. I'll tell you this, 3167, you are missing something, and I can tell what it is. So like, this is definitely I know what you're doing wrong. Like, so you are making a mistake with some element of your design, and it's something that I can see. I don't want to say any more than that. I know I'm being kind of vague, but I'm just saying it's not like there's some weird little mystery thing.
I think everybody out there too, like especially watching Cam make these updates and watching 3167 do it earlier, it's like I've done that. That has happened to me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Never near midnight in a CAD modeling.
3D modeling, worldwide 3D modeling.
Worldwide.
Even though two of our competitors live right down the street from each other.
Yeah. Yeah, at least for the West Coast guys, it's a little bit earlier.
Eric. That is true. That's a little bit of a leg up too. That's like a pro strategy too. If you're going to compete in this thing, you should do it from the West Coast.
Yeah, definitely. You definitely have the edge. We got Cam coming in, Toby.
Okay, coming in hot.
Coming in hot.
Talking about overcoming adversity. Cam comes in with a mass of 95 pounds. That is correct. 3167, those 2-inch dimensions don't need to be there. That's what you did wrong. The 2-inch the 14s are measured from bottom to bottom, bottom to bottom, bottom to bottom. So you're basically doing 16 from bottom to bottom instead of 14 from bottom to bottom. Cam Smith crashed in the middle of that event. Cam Smith gets it right. 95 pounds is the correct answer. Alnus got the same thing. GG to Cam Smith. Dan, once again, no sweeps. That should be the name of this tournament.
And once again, when we thought nothing else could happen.
Yeah.
You know.
Holy smokes. GG.
I actually would love to know from those guys because we don't have the full story.
No.
What exactly happened?
3167 in the chat said he lost his internet connection.
Okay.
And Cam says he did like full out crash.
Okay. All right.
So.
Okay. Yeah. Cam just said.
Michael Lord, Australia, 3 p.m.
Yeah, Michael's
shout out to Michael Lord. Yeah, so I'm sorry, Dan. What were you saying?
So 2 entirely different scenarios, right? Like Cam crashes, 3167 loses internet. They both model the part in the wrong units.
Yeah, that's what I thought was so crazy. I'm gonna stop Cam's screen just for a minute here so you and I can talk on camera. That was nuts. That they both like were kind of going through the same thing there, where they were both just exactly what you just said.
Like really nothing else bad could have happened in that round, I don't think.
That's so crazy. So I stopped Cam sharing there just so that I could switch it over here so you guys could see me and Dan. Just one final talk before our official final round here.
Final round.
My goodness. My goodness.
I don't know that I'm ready for this, man.
I think you're ready for it.
I'm exhausted. These guys have to be dead at this point.
It's pretty intense. All right. I got a good one here. Finish this off. Well, I'm going to go back to an oldie but a goodie.
An old file?
Not an old file, just one that we didn't get to do earlier that I really wanted to do. This is a great opportunity. All right, so here we go. Guys, this is the final round. Unless it's a push. If it's a push, then it won't be the final round. Then we'll do one more. Right? Why not? But I think this is going to be the final round. And who the heck knows who's going to win this thing. For this final matchup, we're going to create a model called... Oh, crud. Hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't... Miscopied. Misclick. Get them pumped up, Dan. It's almost midnight.
Almost midnight for us. Ben Smith in the chat saying 4 a.m. in the UK. Way too late, but he can't stop.
Ben, thank you for hanging with us. I cannot believe this is going to this final round and the way that it got here.
Yeah.
I can't believe both of them ended up like running into that units thing together. That was so crazy.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable indeed. All right, guys. So here we go. Our final matchup. It's going to be a model called Leveling Wedge. Leveling Wedge. So Cam, I did stop your screen share there. So if you want to turn that back on, Leveling Wedge. Ben Smith, he said, Josh says he wanted just to cheer on his fellow Smiths. So that's awesome. All right, so here we go. Full screen, Leveling Wedge. Our competitors are going to take a copy of this. I just realized the TooTallToby head is covering that letter. That letter is M in the word bottom. That's the letter M in the word bottom when you see this thing full screen. And got these guys taking a look at this print. Make sure that they have an opportunity to copy this full screen print. If you guys want to play along from home, you can take a copy of this as well. One final time, give you a chance. But don't start modeling it until I say 3, 2, 1, go. And of course, don't put your answer in the chat. Let's leave that to our competitors. They've worked so hard to get to this point. So
there's a lot of Ivan devices on this part too that I'm just going
out. Yeah, we don't want anybody to use that Ivan exploit. So, all right. So 3167 is giving us the all good in his screen, and we're just gonna wait for Cam to give us the all good. Make sure that he was able to see this print. And I'm going to just change the part here, make sure that it's the correct part. And, all right, we're getting the go-ahead from both of them. You guys can see their screens. You can see that they are both giving us the go-ahead here.
Good luck, guys.
All right, so good luck to 3167. Good luck to Cam. In 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off.
And they're off.
Man, here we go. Final part. Final.
Hey, Toby, I can tell everybody they're both in inches. Yes.
Oh, good. Yes, this is a part in inches. Very good. They're both, I see they're both in there. Yes.
We're off to a good start.
Very, very good. Yes, good luck, you guys. Auxiliary Moose says, I'm jealous this is the final. Listen, at this point in the night, I just couldn't give him another model with 50 features in it.
At this point in the night, I think we could have asked for a better show. Toby, this has been awesome.
This
man.
has been
I'm
so
on the edge
great.
of my seat, and I can't wait to see who pulls this out.
Yeah. We are looking for the answer in x.xx pounds. We got our 1060 aluminum inch pound second model here. We can see that, as always, two different competitors are looking at this thing from two different points of view.
Cam got in and out of that first sketch so quick. I almost didn't even see how he wrapped it up.
Right. Yeah, he just he went for it, and then but it looked like he kind of backpedaled.
I don't know. There's a second sketch, so.
Oh, geez, I can't even see it because of dark mode. Okay.
Because it's dark mode.
Wow.
See what I mean? It's there.
Wow. They actually both are kind of. That's so interesting. They both.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So similar. Wow. What in that?
It did end up being pretty similar.
Yeah.
But man, this is tough, Toby.
It's, you know, you get these models and you just kind of have to decide what you're going to do with them, right? Like, you got this. Okay, so Cam, I like that. He got in there right away. He made that first feature. He got that, you know, kind of looking at like what's the footprint of the model.
Looking for the Ivan device. Applying.
Yeah. Gotta make sure you're taking care of that. Making sure he's got that draft angle correct.
The obligatory.
Yeah.
Oh, this is great.
Wow. This is really coming down to the wire. Okay. So now we see 3167 going for it as well. Yep. 3167's getting in there, making sure that he's taking care of those drafted faces so that the Ivan exploit cannot be exploited.
Parting line draft.
I was going to say, nice use of parting line draft there.
I know Toby's a personal fan of parting line draft.
Very nice.
I remember a Model Mania part with a pretty serious parting line draft on it.
That was the only way you get through it.
Yep. Oh my gosh, Toby, I can't believe this.
This is it looks like Cam is on the home stretch here.
I don't want to. You never know.
Don't want to jinx anybody.
I don't, because crashing's part of it. Internet's part of it. The whole thing's part of it. But I'd say Cam is in the lead, but 3167 is not far behind.
Right. Yeah.
And almost looks like he has perspective mode on, huh? When you look down
with that draft on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
As always, Dan, I agree.
As always, Dan, I completely agree. I'm just so thrilled to be watching these masters of their trade.
We are pretty lucky to be here right now.
Yeah, this is a good finale. I don't think it's going to be a push. I think somebody's going to get it.
This was a perfect model choice for the last model.
You're too kind. I completely agree.
Yeah, this was great. What's going on with 3167? Did we lose him?
We got no activity from 3167. He's still in the
down
in the conference. Man down.
He is still in the conference.
Okay, we're gonna hang tight and see what happens. We cannot have another repeat of what happened last round.
No. Cam charging forward.
Yep.
3167 could be still working. He's back.
Back?
Oh no, that's Cam.
No, that's Cam.
Sorry.
Okay.
Cam
might
jumped
be
on my
running into internet issues.
Yeah.
We're gonna see if we can get him back here. In the meantime, I'm just gonna put Cam back over in this bay over here.
Okay.
See what happens here. We're just standing by, waiting for 3167, see if he can get back online.
I feel like we're trying to reach the spaceship. Going around the dark side of the moon or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Man, what a bad time for the internet to go out.
I know, he might be there.
I'm trying to see if we have participants.
Cam's answer is in. Cam's answer is in.
Cam's answer is 2.56 pounds. And as always, I write down all these answers. Cam, GG, congratulations. That is officially the correct answer. Very nicely
nice
done.
Job, Cam.
Yes.
Unbelievable. Man.
Wow.
That
huge
was
comebacks from adversity. GG
oh my gosh.
to Cam. Wowzers. That was whew.
Certainly, I think not the way you wanted to finish for 3167. Toby, I can honestly say I felt like Cam was maybe a step or two ahead the whole way for that one.
Yep.
And it was projecting that way. You never know how things going to pan out. We got to see how 3167 wrapped up. But,
yeah, it's true. I agree with what you're saying. I think Cam, I completely agree with what Dan's saying, that you were on trajectory and you didn't really make any mistakes, after that point either. So It would have been tough for 3167 to catch up with you either way. But also, I think, Dan, you said it very well, which is this is all just part of it. Luck is a factor in everything. But, man, wow. GG to everyone. Thank you all so much for coming, for sticking around. I cannot believe how amazing that was. And let's give a huge congratulations to our champion, our official champion of the TooTallToby Winter Edition, 3D CAD modeling speedrun tournament. Awesome job. Awesome job, Cam. Cam is still here on screen. I don't know if you want to do like a little victory spin or anything like that, Cam, but here you go. There you go. The screen is yours. Just gonna close that model, not save. Just doesn't even care about the model. Okay.
Never gonna need it again.
That's fine. Never gonna need that. Never want to look at that model again. No, great job, Cam. I think that if you're up for it, I would love to interview you maybe next week on the live stream. That might be kind of a fun way to finish it. But I just want to say congratulations. Great job to everyone. Dan, great job commentating. Thank you so much for co-commentating. I'm going to flip back to you and me with the PowerPoint. I want to say thank you all so much to all of our competitors, to 3167 who made it to the finals, to Philo Mathis, who was in there with him in the beginning, to Clark Schaefer and Auxiliary Moose, who started us off with a bang. Like, really, 3167, man, you were bringing it the whole game. I'm so sorry that you lost the internet at the end. That's a horrible way to end it, but such a good game. And, of course, on the other side of the bracket, Smitty and Ivan the Reasonable, always giving us a good show, and Zach and Cam, our champion, who, man, if you remember, Dan, he had that insane match against Zach, and then he had another insane match against Ivan, and then that last matchup, oh my goodness, it was crazy.
Yeah, and you know, again, no bias here. These competitors were amazing tonight, but I'm pretty pumped to see a member of the user group community coming out on top here. Cam, unbelievable, man. It's just, again, with the effort that I know Cam has put into other events, and a lot of time into user group, a lot of time into Slug Me, and a lot of time into this, right? And that's awesome. This just came out on top, man. That's great.
Yeah, Cam, great job. Very well earned, well deserved. You really slugged me. That's what you really did. You really slugged your way through it, man, and it was awesome to watch. So, and 3167, a great sport as always, is saying, you know, Cam had me beat on speed anyway. So he kind of was coming to the same conclusion. And man, it's a really tough way to end it, 3167. But thank you for being such a good sport. And thank you all of our competitors. I hope everybody had a good night tonight. I certainly had a great night. This was a great time. Congratulations to our champion, of course, Cam Smith. Started using SolidWorks in 2012. Placed third in Model Mania at SolidWorks World 2018. Served 11 years in the Navy. Was an Eagle Scout. And Dan, what's his final?
He loves sauerkraut, right?
He makes his own
sauerkraut.
Sorry,
I blanked on what it was.
I'm sorry, I threw you off there. We're all in shock.
I wanted to say kimchi, actually. You got kimchi in my brain.
Kimchi in the brain.
Yeah.
So if you guys enjoyed this, be sure to give us a like. Be sure to give us a subscribe. Put a 1 in the chat if you enjoyed this tournament tonight. I definitely enjoyed this tournament. I want to say thank you so much to my co-host tonight, none other than the great Dan Wagner, certified SolidWorks expert and Swuggin manager, helping all the users groups in the amazing SolidWorks community.
Toby, I speak for everybody here, man. We want to thank you for the effort and the time you have obviously put into this. Also, thank you to Vicky, because we know Vicky's listening, to Mrs. TooTallTobys.
Yes, thank you to Vicky.
I'm sure she helped quite a bit with this as well. So you guys are awesome.
Yeah, she's amazing. Look, she just put a 1 in the chat too. So thank you to everyone. This was a great night. This was a great time. We're going to try and be back next week and do an interview with our winner. So thank you all so much, and we will see you all next time. Be sure to tune in to the channel. Lots of good tips and tricks. See everybody next week with our winner for the big official interview. Bye-bye, everybody.